Good evening, everybody. I wanted to go ahead and say a couple of words on behalf of the mayor and let you all know he's doing very well and is still home under doctor's orders, but we hope to see him really shortly. Not tonight, however. And also our vice mayor, Sarah Bunch, is delayed. And so I would like to ask Kit to call the meeting to order and then to explain the procedure from this point.
Thank you, and I will call the meeting to order with no gavel, and I'll ask our city clerk if she would call the roll, please.
Scroggin,
Present.
Turk,
Here.
Hertzberg,
Here.
Harvey,
Here.
Jones,
Here.
Kenyon,
Here.
Whitaker.
Here.
Okay, before anything else, let me read you a statute. It's not long. In the absence of the mayor, the city council shall elect a president pro tem to preside over city council meetings. Normally, that would be the vice mayor. The vice mayor's not here. So tonight, the remaining council members get to elect one of your own as the president pro tem for this meeting. You do that by nominating yourself or nominating somebody else, and eventually you'll all vote by stating the name of the council member you would like to be president pro tem. So I'll just let you all go.
I would like to nominate Mark Kenyon.
Second.
Do I hear any other nominations at this point in time? Then I'm going to ask Kara to call the roll.
Scroggin,
Yes.
Turk,
Yes.
Hertzberg,
Yes.
Harvey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Whitaker.
Yes.
So Mark, you are elected. You might want to take the mayor's chair. And the rest is up to you.
Let me get just a little bit organized here. Okay. The meeting's been called to order. We've had roll call. Now we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance, if you'll join me. Susan, do we have any other announcements or anything that we need to cover before we get started?
Not at this time,
Okay.
thank you.
All right. The first thing we have on our agenda is a proposed agenda, agenda addition regarding a resolution for the Rainbow Pride flag. So I think this was brought forward by DeAndre.
Yes.
Council Member Jones.
Thank you. Yes.
Probably the first thing we ought to do is read the resolution's title, and then we'll have to move to suspend the rules so we can place it on the agenda.
You coach me, okay? I don't want to recall.
I'll do my best.
Okay. A resolution to purchase and display a Rainbow Pride flag and a Juneteenth celebration flag on the flagpole used for the city flag from June 14th through June 21st of 2022.
Is there a motion to suspend the rules to add this to the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Kara, do you want to call the roll? I guess that's what I got it.
Scroggin,
Yes.
Turk,
Yes.
Hertzberg,
Yes.
Harvey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Whitaker.
Yes.
The item is now placed on the agenda, and we're ready for Councilmember Jones.
Good evening. I reached out to City Attorney Kidd concerning this resolution before you, and tonight there are some citizens who they also want to be named as, I guess we can call them not necessarily sponsors, but they wanted to voice their support. And so if I may read those names, that would be the only amendment made to this resolution.
Maybe I should read the body of the resolution so the public might not have seen it.
Thank you. Thank you, Kid.
Oh, okay. Whereas the citizens of Fayetteville voted for equality and against discrimination on September 8th, 2015, when they passed the Uniform Civil Rights Protection Law. And whereas the Uniform Civil Rights Protection Law enacted by the Fayetteville voters expressed its purpose as follows, quote, Fayetteville is a welcoming, fair, and tolerant city which endeavors to ensure all of its citizens and visitors will be free from unfair discrimination. And whereas the City Council wishes to show its support both for Juneteenth to celebrate the end of slavery and for Pride Week to support equality and fairness for all LGBT residents, their families, and friends in Fayetteville. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Fayetteville, Arkansas, Section 1, that the City Council of the City of Fayetteville, Arkansas hereby appropriates up to $300 to purchase the Gay Pride Rainbow and the Juneteenth celebration flags, and request that the mayor purchase these flags and display them together immediately below the city flag from June 4th through June 21st in 2022, and for a week annually on the appropriate dates thereafter.
Thank you so very much. And the following individuals would like to offer their support concerning the resolution. The Omni Center for Peace and Justice, Lakeisha Bradley, Mighty by Design, Chris Paxton, Patty Williams, Dr. David Williams, Fellowship of Champions Church, Northwest Arkansas Equality Center, Lindsay Leverett Higgins, Quentin Green, Chris Seawood, Cephas Richard, Peggy Boyles, Tanya Cook, Dr. John O'Colbert, Dr. Angela Mosley Montz, Sarah Drain, Scott Verity, Justice of the Peace Evelyn Stafford, Bob Stafford, and Lance Reed.
Do I hear a motion to move forward?
We'll just have
Or do we just-
discussion.
Oh, discussion? Okay. We don't have, we already have a motion
You don't need a motion at this point until,
after the discussion. No?
until either after discussion, after public comment.
I'd like to make a few comments.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Councilmember Jones, for bringing this forward. I think this is appropriate. June is a big month. There's a lot to celebrate, and having acknowledgement on the city's flagpole of Juneteenth and also Gay Pride, I think is really illustrates what a welcoming city we are. So thank you so much for bringing this forward.
Absolutely, and I appreciate your statements, and I do believe that we have to be both intentional and we have to be very bold as it relates to both of these topics. And so I really appreciate the City Council even considering this. Thank you.
So do we have any discussion from the public? Do we have anyone on Zoom, Susan?
No one on Zoom has raised their hand to speak on this item.
Okay. Do we have anyone in the chamber that would like to speak on this item? So,
Just to be sure, DeAndre, did you want an actual amendment to add section 2 just to list those people that you talked as supporters of this resolution?
Yes, I would like that. Thank you.
Okay, you'll give me the list after the meeting then.
I
and
will.
we can
I certainly will do that. Yes.
But let's have a motion and a second to amend the resolution.
I move that we amend the resolution to add the speakers that Councilmember Jones mentioned.
Second?
we have a motion and a second. Kara, call the roll.
Scroggin,
Yes.
Turk,
Yes.
Hertzberg,
Yes.
Harvey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Whitaker.
Yes.
All right, we'll move on to the consent agenda. I'll read
No,
through.
no, we've still got the.
Oh, we still have to
amended
vote on
resolution.
the thing itself. You know, I put X's and O's here. I'll work it out. Kara, would you call roll?
Need a motion to pass
Oh.
the resolution.
I thought we had one earlier.
I move that we pass the resolution as amended.
Second?
Okay, Kara, would you call roll?
Scroggin,
Yes.
Turk,
Yes.
Hertzberg,
Yes.
Harvey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Whitaker.
Yes.
Okay, now we'll move to the consent agenda. First of all, we have approval of the May 17th, 2022 City Council meeting minutes. We have Ecoverse Industries, a resolution to approve the purchase of a screener from Ecoverse Industries Limited in the amount of $398,937.64, plus any applicable taxes and shipping charges pursuant to a Houston-Galveston Area Council Cooperative Purchasing Contract for use by the Recycling and Trash Collection Division. A resolution to approve policy AOP-202 Wellness Program as part of the Fayetteville Fire Department Administrative Operating Procedures. A resolution authorizing an application for a 2022 Community-Oriented Policing Services Hiring Program matching grant in the amount of $625,000 to establish a violent crime response unit for a period of 3 years with matching funds in the amount of $341,555 and $292,054 in non-grant related project expenses to be paid by the city. Okay. A resolution to authorize acceptance of a grant from the Fayetteville Area Community Foundation in the amount of $1,224 to fund an after-school program for junior high students at the Yvonne Richardson Community Center and to approve a budget adjustment. A resolution to approve task order number 9 with the Watershed Conservation Resource Center in the amount of $73,000 for continued native vegetation establishment efforts and minor adjustments within completed restoration project areas. A resolution to express the willingness of the City of Fayetteville to apply for and utilize federal aid funds for road improvement projects at North Hemlock Avenue and the Millsap Road College Avenue intersection, and for a bridge improvement project for bridge number 19976 on Armstrong Avenue over Town Branch. A resolution to award bid number 22-33 and approve a 1-year contract with DFI Technologies Incorporated for mailing services at an approximate cost of $368,115.60. Well, that doesn't sound approximate, but anyway, with automatic renewals for up to 4 additional 1-year terms. Okay. A resolution to approve a 30-year ground lease agreement with N79TW LLC for airport property located immediately north of the Drake Field Terminal Building at 4240 South School Avenue for the construction of a 75 by 100 foot hangar with an option to extend the ground lease for an additional 10-year term. A resolution to approve a 30-year ground lease agreement with N79TW LLC for airport property located on the east side of the Drake Field off of Taxiway G for the construction of a 130 by 90 foot hangar known as Hangar 1 with an option to extend the ground lease for an additional 10-year term. A resolution to approve a 30-year ground lease agreement with N79TW LLC for airport property located on the east side of Drake Field off the Taxiway G and for the construction of a 130 by 90 foot hangar known as Hangar 2 with an option to extend the ground lease for an additional 10-year term. A resolution to authorize the acceptance of a Federal Aviation Administration grant in the amount of $33,333 to fund an aircraft rescue and firefighting cart for Drake Field Airport and to approve a budget adjustment. That is what we have on our consent agenda.
I move we approve the consent as read.
Second.
Any discussion on this? No? Okay. Kara, would you call the roll?
Scroggin,
Yes.
Turk,
Yes.
Hertzberg,
Yes.
Harvey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Whitaker.
Yes.
We do not have any unfinished business tonight. But we're going to move on to new business, okay? First, we have a resolution to amend the 100-year lease of Spring and West parking lot to Theater Squared Incorporated in order to shift the responsibility of Theater Squared Incorporated to pay its utility bills, building insurance premiums, building, and all its mechanical systems, maintenance, and repairs to the city of Fayetteville.
This had several sponsors. I don't know who wants to speak.
Who I have as sponsors is Jones, Harvey, and Bunch.
I guess I'll start it off, Kit. We've had a somewhat of a lengthy conversation, and I've had several citizens reach out concerning this, which is really good. So I appreciate the input from both sides that I have received. So I am looking forward tonight to hear more as it relates to how can the city best help and assist Theater Squared. And I'm sure Sonia has some things to say as well.
Sure. I would like to just allow this opportunity for Theater Square to bring forward this proposal. I think that we a lot of times think about the creative economy impact in Fayetteville and how we support the creative economy. And so I think that this will give us the opportunity to have that conversation and discussion tonight. So that's all I've got for right now. And I look forward to the input from everyone from both sides as well.
I would consider, Mr. Vice Mayor, that the applicant would also be Theater Squared, so they should be able to be given the extra time that an applicant would have and speak first tonight and present their proposal.
Thank you. I think that's what we'll do. You have the best ideas. Yes. You want to come on up, Theater Squared? Say your name and your address.
Good evening. Thanks so much. I'm Martin Miller, 218 Shipley Alley, Ward 2. And thanks so much for the chance to talk with you tonight. I'm Executive Director of Theater Squared. Theater Squared is a true Fayetteville story. We started out little. We grew organically with grassroots support. And now we're pleased to be a cultural destination, drawing people who are flying in to make a two-city itinerary out of a daytime visit to Crystal Bridges, followed by dinner and a show in Fayetteville before ideally staying in one of our hotels. In fact, a little more than half our audience comes from Fayetteville. The rest come from outside of town and spend money in our city. And they come here because this is the only place our work can be seen. They've read about Theater Squared in the national media. We're rated as Fayetteville's #1 attraction on TripAdvisor. I talk with these folks in our commons all the time. Every production that Theater Squared creates is original and unique, and that means that in addition to being a destination, we're also a cultural exporter. Last year, Theater Squared, for example, developed and premiered a new play, At the Wedding, that has since taken New York by storm, extending twice at Lincoln Center and becoming a New York Times Critics' Pick. I can tell you it's a wonderful thing to sit down in an audience among the thousands and thousands of people who saw this play in New York and see right there on the title page at Lincoln Center, Fayetteville, Arkansas, listed. Growing up here, I could not have imagined what it feels like now to walk down West Avenue and into the doors of that new theater. We're so grateful to the mayor and the city council members who supported us at that time to help make this new downtown landmark possible on city-owned property and with a financial commitment towards our $31 million construction cost. We're also grateful to the A&P Commission who matched the city's commitment to help fund the facility and is still paying that facility pledge in annual installments over 15 years. Those commitments helped Theater Squared to leverage significant private fundraising support and allowed us to break ground, some funds while we were at it, on our new home in 2017. Tonight, we're here to continue what's been an ongoing conversation about programmatic and operating support, which began with a meeting in the mayor's office back in 2009. If you can believe I've been doing this that long, I was proud then, as I am now, that we're a city where we can have this conversation and mean it. I'm also proud of the work we've been doing more recently. Theater Squared didn't downsize during the lean months in 2020, as many of our peers were unfortunately forced to do. In fact, over the last few years, we kept our team intact and made sure to raise wages across the board each year as the cost of living increased, including on our front line especially, where we made a commitment to have everyone at $15 an hour or greater, even as we kept on creating original work. The New York Times called that work the best theater of 2020, while the Wall Street Journal wrote in a rave review that Theater Squared is a, quote, outstanding drama company clearly worthy of its fine reputation. Today, we're on the other side of that crisis. Though audiences have been slow to return, we're grateful that federal relief efforts have helped close the gap, including the ARPA funding that's been placed at the city's disposal. We've also had generous support from major regional funders, though we've heard from some of those funders that they would love to see the city playing a more active role. These combined resources have put us on solid ground, and that creates the opportunity to plan ahead and talk about long-term, resilient partnership solutions that will allow both our company and our city to weather future unknowns and ensure Theater Squared will continue to spur more than $10 million in local economic activity every year for years to come. The resolution proposed today amends Theater Squared's lease such that the city, our landlord, would take on certain facilities costs associated with our city-owned building, including property insurance, some utilities, and exterior and building systems maintenance. When we first discussed this specific proposal with the city administration more than a year ago, at the suggestion of a former council member, they asked if we could first undertake a study of peer markets. That made sense. It's the same thing we do to judge if our pay is competitive for staff, to learn about better ways to build a road. So it makes sense to look at our peers for lessons about what makes healthy arts ecosystems tick. The independent study led by Here Arts Consulting found that in peer markets, local governments have invested for years in their anchor arts tenants of city-owned buildings. These cultural organizations rely on municipal sources for between 5 and 15% of their annual operating expenses to help keep them resilient. The resolution being considered tonight does not go that far. It would offset about 2% of Theater Square's annual expenses. Those categories averaged about $186,000 in expenses for us in each of the last 2 years. Still, it's a meaningful and important step forward, and it's an efficient use of funds, as I hope you'll find in your discussion. The city already supplies some of the utilities that it would be taking over, and it maintains very well a number of buildings. When the city achieves its goal of moving to clean power for all city-owned buildings by 2030, the cost will also drop dramatically. I respect that there have been concerns raised by our city attorney. We're also joined tonight by Cliff Mckinney, chair of the Arkansas Real Estate Bar and an expert in lease and contract law in Arkansas. He's worked on similar agreements, and he's donating his time to help make sure we've thoroughly answered those concerns, as we should. Theater Squared's board is fully confident in Mr. Mckinney's findings that Theater Squared is providing ample consideration, and thus this is a matter of policy for you all to make on its merits tonight. In fact, I'll also note that after Cliff and I met with the city attorney several months ago, we increased the baseline activities that Theater Squared is pledging to provide as part of the resolution text. That means when you vote in favor of this resolution tonight, if you do, you'll also be accepting a commitment from us to stage 30% more performances each season than the minimum we committed to in the original lease. Every year. At every one of those performances, patrons will park, they'll go out to restaurants and bars, they'll hire babysitters, they'll keep driving the engine that's generating the sales taxes to support this and all of our other city priorities. And there are a lot of priorities. We get that and we agree. And we don't think, and we hope you won't think, that they're mutually exclusive. I hope tonight you can think beyond arguments that suggest these kinds of decisions are a zero-sum game. When you invest efficiently in the arts in this city, we're not doing so at the expense of something else. The research has found that every dollar invested in government support of the arts comes back sevenfold. I could try to explain the data beyond that, but instead I'll leave it to Randy Cohen, Vice President of Research for Americans for the Arts and the nation's leading expert on decades of this research. He's joining us via Zoom tonight from Washington, D.C. I'd love to turn the floor over for my few remaining minutes to Cliff Mckinney to summarize his response to Kit's memo and help lay to rest any legal concerns. But before I do, I want to thank each of you for your thoughtfulness in this decision. I hope you'll make a positive choice to invest in the economic impact that freeing up these funds will have and help keep Fayetteville Arkansas's theater capital. Thank you so much.
Mr. McKinney is on Zoom, and for Martin to yield the rest of his time, that would give Mr. McKinney 2 more minutes.
Very well.
And I would suggest to the council that if Mr. McKinney needs more time than that, that they should give him enough time to present what he would like to say.
I'm sure our
Can I-
council members will consider that.
Can I go and move to give them 5 minutes?
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Care to call roll? Is that what we do next?
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor Kenyon. Since everyone unanimously agreed, we don't have to go forward and do a
That's what I
vote.
hoped for.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we'll have 5 minutes for Mr. McKinney.
Go ahead, Mr. McKinney.
All right, can you hear me? All right?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Well, I'll keep my remarks brief, and I appreciate the 5 minutes. I don't know that I'll need the full 5 minutes, and I'm mostly here to be glad to try to answer questions. But as Martin mentioned, I'm a real estate attorney, and I was asked to take a look at this in view of the questions that have been raised about the legal consideration for this amendment that's been proposed. And from looking at it, it seems like there's more than adequate consideration. The initial lease agreement had several different bases of consideration, probably the most significant of which, even though, again, this is by no means the only, is the Theater Squared raised over or approximately $28 million. That's about 90% of the total cost of constructing the building, which the building is now a city-owned building. So there was essentially a $28 million contribution from Theater Squared into infrastructure that will, at the end of the lease, become the city's, unencumbered property, but as it stands today, is still legally the property of the city of Fayetteville. So that right there is, at least to my mind, more than adequate consideration to support the initial contract. Obviously, they also agreed to do things like maintain the building or do other issues that we're discussing tonight, but that does not seem to be the principal consideration of the original agreement. What Theater Squared is now offering for this amendment as consideration is to change the standards by which it is currently judged from the 2015 standards to the 2019 standards of performance. That is an increase of approximately 30% of performances, 75% of attendance, 80% staffing. Again, Martin can give you the exact details, and they're in the amendment, but there's a significantly higher metric that goes along with this amendment for Theater Squared to essentially earn the city's consideration of paying for the maintenance and utilities. And in exchange, Theater Squared is holding itself to a higher standard and to be able to provide and to give more back to the city. I think there was also a question of constitutionality that was raised, but as I read it, that constitutional issue only comes up if the amendment is not supported by adequate consideration. If the city was making this purely a gift to Theater Square, then you might have a constitutional question under the amendments to the Constitution that allow for infrastructure development. I don't think we ever get to that point. The performance standard increase alone seems to be more than adequate consideration to support this amendment. So I don't know that you even need to address or answer the constitutional issue that would be raised were this purely a gratuitous gift to Theater Squared. But even if it did come to that, even if this was a purely gratuitous gift, then there is a constitutional amendment that allows cities a pretty good amount of discretion when it comes to supporting infrastructure. And as you've heard from Martin, and I think you'll hear some more tonight, there is significant infrastructure value to a city to promoting the arts. So again, happy to answer questions and appreciate the opportunity to visit with you tonight.
Does any council member have a question for Mr. Mckinney? All right. Now we'll take comment from the public. Do we have anyone on Zoom? No?
I didn't have questions, but I do have a comment. And we mentioned both sides of the issues. I've had a lot of people call about this, but one of the things I am excited is there isn't both sides of the issue of supporting art. Everybody that was talking possibly against this it's about where do we put money, not let's not put money in. So I'm excited to hear that. I've had a lot of people call me, and it was nice to get a lot of calls that everybody's concern is about arts, entertainment, A&P dollars and stuff like that. So I am excited for the conversation today.
Thank you. Any other council member have a comment? Okay, let's go to the public. Do we have anyone on Zoom, Susan?
Yes, first up we have Greg Letting. Go ahead, Greg.
Thank you. This is Greg Letting, Ward 3 resident. My family is a longtime supporter and subscriber of Theater Squared. We believe in the importance and the value of the arts. I'm not going to repeat a lot of what Mr. Miller and Mr. Mckinney have also already said, but we just truly believe in the arts. My wife works in a large local arts institution. I'm a member of the Legislative Arts and Technology Boot Camp, so we truly appreciate not just what it means in terms of creative opportunities and cultural opportunities, but economic opportunities. And so to Councilmember Scroggins' point about how a lot of people they want to support the arts, this is really a question about where to commit resources and taxpayer dollars. I certainly appreciate that responsibility. And our family and residents in Fayetteville and enthusiastic supporters of Theater Square truly believe that this is a important place and a critical place to place these resources to keep this vibrant cultural institution as an anchor in downtown Fayetteville. And so I really appreciate the council's time this evening and their consideration of this issue, and would hope that you would vote to support it. Thank you very much.
Next we have Lynn Carver. Lynn, if you could unmute yourself.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was. Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm Lynn Carver. My husband and I have lived in Northwest Arkansas for over 30 years. I'm actually from Bentonville. We love this area, and we're proud to be a part of a community that works together to make such an outstanding place to live and work and to raise our families. We've both been pleased to serve on a number of boards whose work is important to the quality of life of the people in this area. I have been on the board of Theater Squared for over 10 years and served as the board president for 6 years during the period of our capital campaign and the construction of our new home. Throughout my time on the board, finding the appropriate avenue for local government support has been a key priority. The board has supported Theater Squared's leadership in their ongoing conversations about operating support since 2009. And though it's taken more than 13 years for the question of this support to come to a vote, we believe the timing is right to invest in the institutions that drive our community's distinctiveness and its success. The involvement of the city, particularly since we're located on city-owned property, is a question frequently noted by our lead funders. And I expect that many of them are among the interested parties locally and nationally watching tonight and hoping for a positive outcome. I'm certain there are few better stewards of public funds than Theater Squared. This management team is among the most capable I've ever seen. Their careful planning and adaptive thinking brought us through the challenging period of the COVID shutdown without the need to let go of any of our staff, and additionally allowed us to increase pay for our frontline employees as we carefully returned to our live performances. That smart stewardship is exactly why we're here tonight, because the long-term success of Theater Squared and our arts ecosystem requires us to build a diverse base of support. And this is especially essential as regional funding priorities shift. Our sustainability today and for the future depends on thoughtful decisions like the one you're making tonight. Theater Squared is guided by a strong fiscal compass and also one that's mission-driven. Their work in schools and with children of all backgrounds and abilities is inspiring. And I'm especially proud of their commitment to access, even though this requires a high level of support. Theater Squared is a public trust, and that's important to us. Joel and I have trust in this organization and believe in its work, so we made a lead gift to the Capitol campaign a few years ago. You have my assurance that you can trust that the city's investment in Theater Squared will translate to an even greater benefit to our whole community for years to come. And I trust that you'll make the right decision with your positive vote tonight. Thank you very much.
Esther Silva Parker. Esther, you're still muted. I'm not sure what the issue is, but Esther, if you're having trouble with technical issues, we'll have to move on to the next one, but we'll come back. Teresa Eiering.
Hello, good evening. Members of the Fayetteville City Council, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Teresa Eiering, and I am Executive Director and CEO of Theater Communications Group, which is the national organization for theater in the United States and based in New York City. TCG and its 500 member theaters are major contributors to the US theater sector and economy, employing 150,000 people, producing 155,000 performances each year, and contributing more than $2.5 billion directly to the US economy. My organization's mission is to lead for a just and thriving theater ecology, because a thriving art scene helps make for a welcoming and just and thriving city and community, and cities and communities across our nation. I was not aware of the remarkable cultural vibrancy of your fair city until I began conversations with Martin Miller about the Theater Square project in 2009. Martin called me when he was preparing for his first meeting with Mayor Jordan, who I'm delighted to hear is still in office. Martin told me, this is a city that values the arts, and I believe he believed his hometown could be an example for the national field. So I shared with him some of the precedents I'd seen from Colorado and Minnesota and Texas, where cities had managed to cultivate theater districts by truly investing in long-term support, and especially in the form of facilities partnerships. So here we are 13 years later, and I want you to know you should be very proud of the investment you have made in this organization to date, and I hope you will continue to invest, because there are very few stories in our theater field nationally that are anything like Theater Squared's. To grow as they have from a $160,000 budget in 2009 to a $7.5 million budget today, to keep their team intact and keep producing great art, 17 productions since 2020 throughout a pandemic, and to continue attracting rave reviews. This is remarkable. And I just can't tell you how many times Theater Squared staff members are looked to as national thought leaders. They are people who have faced challenges head on, day in and day out, and they find productive, thoughtful solutions that allow the Theater Squared team and organization to prosper for the benefit of their community members. I'll also say they use every opportunity to share the love of their city. And many of us are ready to move there, so look for us. In my role, I visit and I build connections in communities all across the US and the globe even. You think of cities like Miami, Philadelphia, St. Louis, Pittsburgh, Dallas. We hold our conferences in these cities. We visit theater communities there. And commitments of local governments to invest in their cultural infrastructure is what really sets so many of these places apart as welcoming places to live, work, raise families, and more. Now, the business model of nonprofit theater is extremely difficult. It can be unpredictable. It takes a lot of ingenuity and financial support to keep it going, but the return on investment is indisputable. And I believe in the long run, it only works when there's meaningful local government support on an ongoing basis. I believe you have a gem here in Fayetteville with Theater Squared, an impressive leadership team that has brought consistency and careful financial management to bear, along with their risk-taking and acclaimed artistry. And I am so pleased and proud to hear that you're considering a resolution to provide this company with its first form of municipal operating support through the proposed lease amendment. I urge you to support this amendment, and I'm excited to share this story nationally about the successful partnership forged in Fayetteville. Congratulations on your brilliant stewardship of this wonderful city. Thank you.
Next, we have Esther Silva Parker to try again.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm Esther Silva Parker, and I'm president of the Silva Parker Group. I previously served as Senior Vice President of Corporate Affairs at Walmart, and prior to that, I was Vice President of Corporate Affairs and President of the AT&T Foundation. And I serve as Vice President of the Board of Theater Squared. As a foundation leader, when considering funding an organization, my team and I always looked at who among the organization's stakeholders are funding them. And that's a process that continues to be true today. When major funders look at Theater Squared, one of the names that they expect to be at the top of the list in terms of support is the city of Fayetteville. The resolution that you are considering this evening and your actions will be noticed. A favorable decision would be appreciated so that Theater Square can continue to provide access and opportunity to a broad range of people, especially our children and underserved populations. The National Assembly of State Arts Agencies, in researching why local governments should support the arts, says that the arts are an economic driver, and we all know that. But they also said that the arts are an educational asset, a health and wellness stimulator, and a civic catalyst. So the contributions that you make to Theater Squared is an investment in the vibrancy and desirability of this city. The members of Theater Square's leadership are great stewards of its resources. They use the theater as an opportunity to provide a platform to create opportunities. Through their transformational leadership and their ability to take bold risk, they are using creativity and innovation to build a place and a presence that has become a valued community resource. These leaders have made structural and systemic alterations in the status quo, alterations that were required in order to create change. They created a stage where people are given agency and voice. They developed space across cultural understandings and have deepened those understandings. They ensured that diversity, equity, and inclusion were elements of the theater's strategies, practices, and policies. They have improved the racial and ethnic demographic profile of the theater's workforce, both on and off the stage. And they have extended the theater's reach across communities and socioeconomic strata. Theater Squared has become a great integrator, bringing people together from diverse backgrounds, creating safe spaces for sharing and holding conversations. With your investment, Theater Squared can remain vibrant in Fayetteville for the long term. Other regional and national funders will take note and join you in that effort to support. We are grateful for those of you who have co-sponsored this amendment, and we're grateful to those of you who are considering supporting it. Thank you so much.
Next, we have Randy Cohen.
All right, coming through now?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. I'm Randy Cohen, Vice President of Research at Americans for the Arts in Washington, D.C. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, citizens of Fayetteville, it's good to be back virtually with you all. I was there in 2017 to talk about an economic impact study we did on the arts in the region of Washington and Benton counties. But I was there literally the week after the groundbreaking for Theater Squared. So it's just so exciting to see what's become of it all. A lot of fascinating data. We know the arts are an industry. You've heard it several times before, but I want to talk about what happens every time somebody goes to an arts event. As part of this economic impact study, where we found in the two-county region, arts, nonprofit arts and culture, $131 million industry, that every time an attendee goes to an arts event, they average $35.89 per person per event, not including the cost of admission on meals, parking, babysitting. You know, think of the last time you went to an arts event, right? It's dinner and a show. You make a whole evening out of it. And in addition to asking people how much they spent, we also asked every one of them for their zip code, because we want to find out how many live inside the two-county region there. 25% of attendees come from outside the two-county region. They average $71 per person per event. And then we asked those non-local folks a question, which was, why are you here? I mean, we're glad you're here. Thank you for coming. But are you here on business? Are you here visiting friends and family? 86% said, we're here because of the arts. And 3/4 of those non-local attendees have an overnight expense. They average $141 per person per event. You heard Martin talk about that. People coming to town, spending the night. You get that head in the bed, right? That's when the cash registers really start ringing. So, you know, the big takeaway here is that we're talking about an investment, not just for the theater, but for the whole economy. Martin said it, 30% more performances. That's more product. More product means more audiences, and that's more people going to local merchants. That's business for local merchants. So in Fayetteville, the arts mean business. Thank you.
Carrie Arcega.
Hello. This is not Carrie. Can you hear me?
Yes. Would you introduce yourself?
This is Cindy Arcega. Carrie sent a letter to all the council members, and I'm going to talk to you for a little bit about why I appreciate Theater Squared and hope that you all will vote to give them the money that they need. I've got a little bit of allergies, so excuse me. We started our first coffee house in 1992, and the town, like the rest of the country, was going through some changes then. That became the nexus for changes in city government that began to promote the arts and cultural amenities along with business. The form of city government had changed in Fayetteville, and we saw the citizenry become far more involved in voicing their preferences. And I don't think that stopped since then. Out of that moment came citizen groups encouraging more thought as to how we grew and developed. The public library grew to meet the population growth and became one of the most forward-thinking libraries in the country. As these changes gained momentum, so did the public's desire for more cultural amenities. Someone asked us when we started our first business if Fayetteville really needed a coffee house. I said I thought we did, and then I guessed we'd find out. 30 years later, it seems we did, in fact, need a coffee house or two, and we also needed a world-class live theater group and the space to house them. Theater Squared has been one of the best things to happen to Fayetteville. It has helped put us on the map as one of the top 10 places to live in the U.S. That comes with challenges which we are facing today, including rapid growth, but those are far better challenges than many places in our state are facing. We shape how Fayetteville grows. If we want a vibrant town with walkability, cultural attractions, and a healthy economy, it's up to us to make it happen. Supporting T2 is well worth the dollars and the effort. As a citizen of this wonderful place, I'm asking you to continue your financial support for Theater Squared as it continues to grow and evolve. Thanks.
Allison Esposito.
Hello, I'm Allison Esposito. Thank you for having me this evening. I represent the Creative Arkansas Community Hub and Exchange, or CASH, which is our region's arts service organization, here to support and bolster the entire arts ecosystem, from our artists and creatives to our largest institutions, as our community grows and changes. I've been in the region for about 3 years, but have a background of more than 15 years designing investment strategies for foundations and cities and municipalities, especially, to support the full range of their arts ecosystems. As Martin shared, there's a great deal of national precedent for cities to subsidize the cost of art space. I, in fact, used to work for a municipality that offset all the space costs for its largest institutions, as it recognized the incredible asset that they were for the city's health, growth, tourism, and its communities. CASH has been working with our region's municipalities, the largest 5 really, and since our inception almost 3 years ago. And we're really grateful and excited to have just entered into a contract with all 5 of our largest cities to gather them and learn and strategize together to build municipal arts investments that are strategic, that are unique, and that are regionally connected. We're at the very beginning of that work, and we hope that that work will land in cultural planning, engaging constituents in determining the strategies that cities will take forward. We're really excited to think with Fayetteville about that, and are excited about some of the staffing changes that Fayetteville is considering. I'm here tonight because I know that Fayetteville is at a moment of considering in which way to invest in the arts, and I've heard council members describe a desire to do so. I feel that this particular request from Theater Squared is not in lieu of other investments. In fact, the city benefits so much from this great institution and from the private investment that was at the table and continues to be at the table to support the development of the beautiful building that has become this landmark, not just for Fayetteville, but for the region. This request is coming at a time where the arts sector globally is really seeking to rebuild itself, and cities across our country are rethinking the ways in which they provide support to important entities like this one. I don't have a lot to say that others haven't, and I'll keep my comments there, but I just wanted to chime in this evening with my support. Thank you.
Denise Garner.
Hello, everyone. Thank you guys so much for being here, for your service, and for allowing me to speak. I am Denise Garner. I'm a 32-year resident of Fayetteville, and also proud to represent District 84, which includes a large portion of Fayetteville, in the Arkansas House. I was appointed, like Senator Letting, by the Speaker, to represent the Northwest Arkansas region on the State Legislative Arts and Technology Task Force, or Boot Camp, which travels the state sharing data and stories about the importance of our creative economy. I feel so fortunate to live in a city that has understood the arts' impact on the economy for decades and enacted policies to continue to build ours accordingly. I especially want to thank Sonia and Sarah and DeAndre for co-sponsoring this proposal, but to the mayor and the city leaders, both staffs and citizens, the AMP Commission, and all of those who've recognized the worth of a creative economy in our city. I'm here to wholeheartedly endorse tonight's proposal for the city as Theater Squared's landlord to take on some facility responsibilities. It's a smart and simple solution to providing the first form of operating support for municipal services that Theater Squared has ever received. Hershey and I have attended Theater Squared since its earliest days, and I've served on the board since 2010. The company's growth has always been a grassroots effort. I've been involved in a lot of nonprofit boards in our years here, and I can tell you that the financial management of this organization is among the best and most thoughtful I've ever seen. Every year of the 12 that I've served on the Theater Squared board, the company has met every one of its financial obligations. They also built a 50,000 square foot international architectural award-winning facility on time and on budget. T2 was one of the only theaters in the nation not to lay off staff during the COVID crisis. As a business owner, we know how difficult that is. Instead, they made the commitment to keep the team intact and then won national acclaim for the work they continue to do. Theater Squared has always been a responsible and efficient steward of funds, and I can't say enough about how much I respect our management team. I hope you guys will think of this resolution as an investment. You know how dollars invested in the creative economy multiply. There will always be voices that say otherwise, but the arts drive spending in our town, and they make it a unique and wonderful, funky place to live. Theater Squared has gone further by making its home a true community space, always open to the public, where people from all backgrounds feel welcome. I know from personal experience how difficult some votes are hard to make. I hope this one won't be. You can help ensure that one of our community's most distinctive cultural assets remains resilient for the long term. That's an easy choice, and it's a bargain. Thank you so much for your support and for all each one of you do for our community. Thank you.
Adela Gray.
Me. Okay. Yes, this is Adela Gray. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Adela Gray, a Ward 3 resident of Fayetteville. I was proud to serve as alderman for City of Fayetteville for 12 years. In my roles in the Fayetteville City Council and on the Fayetteville A&P Commission, I was intimately acquainted with our city conversations that led to Theater Square's lease and to our support from both sources to help meet all of our very generous construction challenge opportunity that they had received from the Walton Foundation. I'm told that it's been suggested that these conversations today are somehow out of step with our conversations in 2016. From my perspective, that could not be further from the truth. We've always, as a city, desired to do better and do more with arts funding. Signing a lease with Theater Squared was meant to be the beginning, not the end. We knew that, and Theater Square knew that as well. It was never, this is all we're going to do. Instead, it's one step at a time. Yes, it was very important to us to know that Theater Squared could meet its obligations under this lease. They've done so, and they've gone much further. They've proven highly responsible stewards of our investment, delivering their building on time and on budget. When was the last construction project that didn't need a budget adjustment? Beyond that, Theater Squared has grown, even in the face of the incredible challenges created by COVID-19. That means they're doing more work to support our community and having an even greater economic impact. It's our turn now to grow with them. The theater and several council members have identified an elegant way to build in a baseline of city support and a cost impact that we all can agree is very manageable, with the benefit of it being a long-term solution. Putting it into the long-term lease is a very good idea. It gives the theater the assurance it needs to make plans, and it gives the city the opportunity to plan and space out expenses over time. We know how to manage buildings. We have a lot of them, and we have a very capable facilities team. We'll take advantage of these efficiencies of scale to offset more costs for Theater Squared than it will ever cost the city, which makes it a smart use of dollars. And when we move all of our city buildings over to 100% clean energy, as I was proud the council supported in its 2030 plan, it'll cost even less. No relationship is fixed in time. We all need to change and adapt. As a resident of Fayetteville, but also as a former peer in this room with a great deal of experience in city government, I'm here to strongly encourage you to give this resolution your positive vote. Thank you so much for your time and for your hard work, and it's great to see you. I know it's not easy. You certainly are appreciated. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Kenyon, there are no more Zoom hands raised.
Okay, do we have anyone in the chamber that would like to speak? State your name when you come up here and your address.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Justin Tennant, Ward 3 resident, and I thought it was good timing to follow Miss Adela. I was honored to serve with her for 8 years on this council as well. I first want to say that I echo her sentiments. All of you, those that were here, the new folks, Vice Mayor Kenyon, who was here with me, I can't tell you how much I appreciate each of your service for the city attorney, the chief of staff. You don't get thank yous enough, and it's ironic that Adela and I thank you, but it's because we know what you go through, and we thank you very much for that. I also am having a bit of a Groundhog Day moment here because I was on this council during the original vote, and I believe I might have been the only dissenting vote that night, not because I was voting against the arts, not because I was voting against Theater Squared at all. As a matter of fact, I am more than happy with what has happened at Theater Square. I had my doubts, but they have proven me wrong, and I have no problem with that. I believe they are a very, very valuable cultural spot for us in this city, and they have a huge value. But the reason I voted against the proposal then, and the reason that if I was in your chair, I would either delay this or vote against it tonight, is for the same reasons that I did it then. Not because of Theater Square, not because of the people at Theater Square, but because no one could tell me then how much anything was really going to cost. No one could show me a maintenance plan. No one could show me back then. I was not comfortable with any of that. It was almost like it was we're going to build it and then figure it out later. I have no doubt about the creative economy and how much culture adds to our city. But what I do have a doubt about is if we sign a blank check that the citizens of Fayetteville have to pay the bill for 90 plus years, this is similar to what a timeshare condo situation is, where you are literally signing up for something where you have no idea what the cost is going to be. I understand that the averages over the last couple of years have been the fixed amount that Martin mentioned. I have no doubt that that's true. But what's that going to be 2 years from now, 4 years from now, 6 years from now? You're asking the citizens, and that's what I'm here to do, just as a citizen. I don't know how much this is going to cost me as a citizen. And the investment that Fayetteville's already made in this idea that, well, cities invest in arts, you're absolutely right. Go look at the Fay Jones Woods, look at the Ramble, look at the Cultural Arts Corridor, look at the parking deck. All of these things are investments by the city of Fayetteville's citizens to help people, not just Theater Squared, Walnut Center, all the businesses, everything. It was all a collective, and that's why we did it. It made all the sense in the world. What I'm worried about here tonight is, what if Theater Squared needs a new roof in 5 years? Air conditioners break, people, and that could be $100,000 plus in 5 years. So we have a $200,000 budget, then it goes to 3, then it goes to 6, then it goes to $1 million, then back down to 3. We have no idea. That's the problem I have with this. Again, it's not who the people are. When we're tying up citizen funds for 90 years, we can't worry about Martin and that team. We can't worry about the people from out of town, who, by the way, it's not their tax dollars that they're out of town. It's our tax dollars. So I appreciate their support, but they're not going to pay for anything. And so I appreciate the current people at Theater Square, but they're not going to be there forever. So what happens with the next group? How do they use this money? Who puts it together? Who looks at it? We're already invested deeply into this facility. And I would ask the council to either delay this, take time with the mayor, take time. I haven't heard the mayor, I haven't heard the city attorney, I haven't heard Paul Becker voice their support for this. That concerns me. I worry that we've jumped the gun a little bit. All due respect, it's a great idea and it's a good reason. But to do this in a week and to tie up the citizens of Fayetteville's money and to have them write a blank check for 90 years that you can't tell them how much it's going to cost. There's not a cap. There's no rhyme or reason to the amount of dollars. It has nothing to do with the service they provide, which is tremendous. You're also going to possibly open a can of worms here, in my opinion, with other nonprofits and other artistic communities who are struggling, because I don't think that they are struggling financially. And you're going to have people come up to you and say, I'm an artistic person and I have this and I need you to pay my insurance and maintenance costs. Are you going to decide which one gets it and which one doesn't based on what you like and what you don't? It's a slippery slope. And I respectfully ask you to delay it or vote it down and wait for more information. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Monique Jones. I'm a citizen of Fayetteville, Ward 4. Been a citizen for 10 years. My family and I have attended Theater Square for several years. St. James Squire Jehagan Outreach Center, we have partnered with Theater Squared, and our pillars are addressing hunger, homelessness, and poverty. In that collaboration with Theater Squared, we address poverty through exposing them to the arts through the Lights Up program. This exposure would not be available to some of the citizens in South Fayetteville, as well as underrepresented and underserved citizens without Theater Squared offering these Lights Up tickets. The nonprofit art industry alone generates $135 billion in economic activity annually, spending by organizations and their audiences, which support 4.1 million jobs and generates $22.3 billion in government revenue. Arts are good for local businesses, as Randy Cohen just spoke about earlier. The city has been talking about economic mobility for the last couple of years. Let's support this resolution to support our community to move closer to our economic mobility goals. Thank you.
My name is Steve Clark. I'm the president of the Fayetteville Chamber of Commerce. I live in Ward 1. Most of the time I'm up here in a colorful jacket, it's purple. But we had an event for the university today, so that's why I'm all decked in red. I stand before you to say, I don't know of a citizen in our community that thinks anything that would be described as poorly or unfavorable about Theater Square. I've never heard someone utter a criticism of Theater Square, both the structure as well as the programming, as well as the people. So I'm not here to do that either. And I'm a supporter, and I have been to their productions, and I have used their facilities. I mean, the chamber has done that. We have pointed to that facility as the city's commitment for arts and culture. It's important that the city have that, and you've demonstrated that already in this instance with this program, but many, many, many others. And there are many others yet to be served. I've had some conversation with Molly Ron about this, and she is out of town now, or would have been here tonight, but her comments to me I thought were interesting. She said, I would tell you that it is not my position personally that this is a good expenditure at this time. I would tell you that some of my commissioners disagree with me, and so there's room for disagreement, but not everyone is in concert with this request being made. Also she said to me that there are 5 other commissioners from hotels and restaurants who do not agree with this request. The town center is a city-owned facility, and it receives no money for utilities or insurance or planned maintenance or any of those other issues. Neither is the Walton Arts Center. It has a much larger impact and with as equal and similar types of program, from low cost to programs that reach students. And also there is the issue of arts and culture and the city hiring a coordinator just for that, just so this kind of issue can be fully vetted with all interested parties about what is the best effort for us to make to wisely use the funds that we have. And unfortunately, we have limited funds. We have more funds than we've had in a long time, but we're still limited. We can't do everything we wish or desire. So, and I would tell you on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce, we understand the value of cultural importance. We put out a magazine quarterly called #ToBeFayetteville, meaning the things we think you are, or you must do, or you must consider. The publication 6 months ago has a president's message, and the message from me is art is the soul of the chamber. I admit that it's the soul of the city, but it's the soul of the businesses of the city. And there are many who participate in cultural advancements of what happens here. And many of them have not been asked would they need some support or some help. They didn't even know they could ask, perhaps, that they could ask for that. And so as we go forward, it seems to me that though the idea has merit, the execution is poorly timed. Because there's a lot more discussion that needs to be held with a lot of people who have very strong opinions. And if that's the case, then like the previous speaker, I would ask that you either table this or you move forward, but only with the caution of inviting others to be at the table and having others explain to you what their needs are. It's not as if Theater Squared is at risk, because they're not. AMP is sending them $200,000 a year for 15 years, so there's about 10 of those years left. Or maybe it's 11, I don't remember. This city put $3 million into this facility. And lawyers are lawyers, and so I know Mr. Mckinney well and have a high, high regard for him. I also know the city attorney quite well and have an equally high regard for him. And when the city attorney speaks, the thing that makes him different than Mr. Mckinney is that he was elected to the job by the citizens of this city who said, watch out for us. And he's raised a red flag saying, watch out. So I hope that you will listen to those voices and take the time not to act tonight, and perhaps take the time to bring other voices to the conversation.
Good evening. I'm a little bit nervous. I was going to do this over Zoom, but there's no power in my neighborhood. If you can do something about that, I'd appreciate it. I'm Susan Hall. I'm a Ward 4 Fayetteville resident. My husband and I grew up here. We live in a house that my husband built, or his parents built. He was a kid. And I've been involved in many nonprofit causes over the years. I'm very proud to be a longtime member of Theater Squared's board. I have to thank you, as others have, for your civic consciousness in serving on this council. I watch these proceedings sometimes and I just marvel at how you do that. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. I know it takes a lot of energy and a lot of thought. I appreciate civil debate, and I also know disagreements are inevitable. I remember when everyone was upset that we were going to turn the old ice house property into a parking lot. But a couple of decades later, seems like everybody had gotten pretty attached to that parking lot. This resolution, which I strongly support, has provoked passions on both sides of a debate. I understand that some people are saying you can't do this because somebody else also needs something. Or if I don't get this, why should they? I respect those feelings, but I subscribe to a different view. I don't believe that needs in our community are mutually exclusive. I believe we in the rising tide that lifts all boats, tried as that may be. All of our various needs are aided and supported by the successes of each of us. For example, I really believe it's helped Fayetteville that Bentonville has become a cultural destination. That's hard for me to admit. When I was a little girl, I didn't even know where Bentonville was. Nobody did. I think it's wonderful that downtown Springdale is going through a renaissance. Those rising tides lift Fayetteville as well. These successes help everybody win. But we still have to take responsibility for our boat. I ask you to support this resolution because investing in what makes Fayetteville unique is what keeps our businesses humming, our population growing, our young people returning to work and live here. It is important to invest in theater squares because it's one of the building blocks of our community. This investment will help keep us and many other businesses afloat. Have you ever tried to get a spot on Dixon Street when Theater Square is performing? That's kind of a practical notion of what others have said of the economic impact. Many people have chosen to stay in Fayetteville or to return here in part because they feel like they belong at Theater Squared. Our plays, our staff, our outreach to young people and underserved populations through reduced price tickets and summer camps for kids contribute to this feeling of inclusion. That is a guiding principle of the theater and of our board. Please see this resolution as an opportunity to make sure everybody wins. I thank you, and I appreciate your support for this resolution.
Good evening. I'm Bill Schwab. I moved to Fayetteville in 1976. I'm the executive director of the Barbara and David Pryor Center for Arkansas Oral and Visual History, which is at 1 East Center on the Fayetteville Square. I'm also an urban and community sociologist, and I've been studying community development now for over 40 years. When I moved to Fayetteville 45 years ago, little could I imagine I would be living in a community with one of the most dynamic economies and fastest growing populations in the nation. And little did I realize I was moving to a community that would be rated as one of the 10 best places in the United States to live. We all recognize the importance of anchor businesses like Walmart and Tyson and J.B. Hunt in growing our economy. And we appreciate the contributions of the University of Arkansas, XNA, convention centers, research and industrial parks. All these things have played in the growth of our Northwest Arkansas community. But in May, the Heartland Summit 2022 in Bentonville brought together 350 business and thought leaders to explore topics important to the Heartland and to Fayetteville. And they recognize that to keep competitive and to keep our competitive edge, we must attract knowledge and information-based businesses, because this is the type of economic activity that will contribute most to the quality of life of all of our citizens. So how do we do it? We must have a community that can attract and keep the nation's best talent, the people who create and grow this new economy. And research shows the best way to make this happen is creating a community in which these people thrive. And all the amenities they demand are less tangible than, let's say, a research park. They are crucial if we want to be competitive. So what are these things that these people want in our community? They want a diverse and tolerant community, trusting and safe communities, lively street life, connected neighborhoods with walking and biking trails, excellent schools, a nearby research university, quality medical care, high environmental quality, nearby state and national parks, and at the top of almost every list that I look at is a vibrant arts community. My wife and I support Theater Square because we believe arts and prosperity go hand in hand, but more importantly, because it's how we create a better community that serves all of us. Fayetteville is typically ranked as one of the best places in the United States to live, and this did not occur by accident. It occurred because this council has made strategic investments in this community for the last half century. I lived here when the square wasn't dying, the square was dead. And because of strategic investments by the council, it came back, and our farmers market is now ranked as one of the 100 must-shop places in the South. Go down the hill from the square, we have our public library, which was rated a few years ago as the best library in a community of under 250,000 people. You go to the north, we have Walton Arts Center, the Entertainment District, Parks and Trail System, the Botanical Garden, of course, Theater Squared. Theater Squared is a remarkable story. It is a grassroots effort. It was designed by two of the nation's best architects. It's a winner of multiple architectural awards. It's frequently reviewed by the New York Times and other media leaders for the quality of the productions. So Theater Square brings nationally recognized professional quality theater to Fayetteville. The building is owned by the city of Fayetteville. I would urge this council, like past councils, to invest in this place and the space that helps define who we are as a community and has a profound impact on the quality of life in this community. The T2 request is modest, but will have long-term returns for all of us. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else in the chamber that would like to speak to this topic?
I actually didn't come here tonight. My name is Randy Wilburn. I'm in Ward 3, 3151 Kensington Court in Fayetteville. Proud resident of the city for the last 8 years. I moved here from Boston. My wife asked me why. I didn't have an answer for her then, but I do now. I have run a podcast called I Am Northwest Arkansas for 3 years, which highlights the intersection of business, culture, entrepreneurship, and life in the Ozarks and what makes it so special. One of my goals was to invite more people that look like me to come back to Arkansas, to come back to Northwest Arkansas, to take advantage of all that's here. One of those things has been Theater Squared, and I really applaud what Martin and Bob and so many other people that are part of the Theater Squared staff have done. I had a chance to interview Martin on my podcast, and this is totally unscripted, but two of my boys, my two youngest sons, were in a play called Matilda that we had at Theater Squared, which in conjunction with the Fayetteville Public Library and that fantastic space that they have, were able to highlight that. And I had some friends come in from out of town that are, as we would like to say, woke and cultured. And they said, listen, I saw Matilda in Broadway. I saw Matilda at Theater Squared. With that production that they put on was second to none. And I say all that to say that, yeah, we can certainly talk about the financial aspects, and we're looking at numbers and considerations of taking care of a building that, based on what you're talking about, most of us won't even be here when this thing it ends. And 90 years, whatever, that's a long time. All I can say is that we would be remiss as a group of people, as a city, if we didn't take the time to invest in this. I totally understand what some of the other people are saying about the fact that it costs, but it's a fact of life that we have to pay to live in the country that we live in, to live in the city and the community that we live in. It's not free. It does cost money. And some investments are better than others. Some investments give a ROI that you can see right away, and others take years. But I can tell you one thing, that my sons, Aiden and Nathan, have fundamentally been changed because of their roles that they played in Matilda. They were both actors on the play. They treated them, I've never seen anything like it. I've never had an experience like that. But they treated them like they were professional actors. They work with actors from all across the country. It's an experience that you don't always get. And we're here in Fayetteville, Arkansas. I don't want to lose that. I don't want to lose that opportunity that we are creating for other people, other families like mine, to have that experience. And that is one that Theater Squared has done a remarkable job of creating an opportunity for so many families of so many walks of life to participate in the arts at a unique way, at a unique level. And I think we need to push hard to try to make that happen. And yes, I know it will cost money. I'm a taxpayer. I'm happy to pay the bill. At my portion of the bill, of course, let's be clear. I'm happy to pay whatever slice that I have to take care of that for as long as I'm here paying taxes. Count me in. And I'm sure there are a lot of other people, and I get it. There are other programs and other things to consider. But like the woman said, a rising tide does lift all ships. And when John F. Kennedy said it back in the 60s, he was talking about our race to the moon. And we made that, and I believe we can make this work. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else that would like to speak? Anyone in the chamber? We'll bring it back to the city council then. Kit, do we need to go ahead and hear the motion or what, or go ahead and have discussion? That's where.
Well, before the city council votes, I think I need to take some time to respond to Theater Square's attorney's memo that questioned my original advice to you that this was a dangerous move, potentially illegal and unconstitutional. And he brought up some points that I think I need to respond. But before I do that, I also want to tell the audience that I am a long-term season ticket holder at Theater Square, and even donated there. And I have great respect and admiration for their leadership and their board of directors, and I respect all of the citizens that came forward and have asked you to, in fact, approve this lease agreement. I still have concerns, and so let me tell you what they are. Yesterday, like you, I was provided Cliff Mckinney's 4-page memo questioning my concern about the legality and constitutionality of the lease amendment sought by Theater Squared. Mr. Mckinney is a well-respected and knowledgeable real estate attorney who should be commended for volunteering his time and effort to assist Theater Squared for the last several years on legal matters concerning this lease agreement. However, municipal law and Arkansas constitutional prohibitions and requirements for cities are specialized areas of the law which most private lawyers are not very familiar with. This unfamiliarity can sometimes cause confusion. For example, Mr. Mckinney claims in his memo supplied to you that my analysis of the Arkansas Constitution, Article 12, Section 5, which prohibits the city from giving money to corporations, quote, is in error because that provision was amended by Amendment 82, which, and this is quoting his memo, which states infrastructure needs may include but are not limited to and then enumerates the list which the city attorney referenced. The legislature clearly did not intend for this to be an exhaustive list. That is factually incorrect regarding the application of Article 12, Section 5's prohibition. Mr. Mckinney mistakenly quoted from the wrong Arkansas constitutional provision, Amendment 82, which is entitled Issuance of General Obligation Bonds, to find his "but are not limited to" language, which is found nowhere in Article 12, Section 5. A quick scan of the title of Amendment 82, which I had not referred to, and its language would reveal that Amendment 82 has nothing to do with cities or with appropriating city taxpayer funds. Rather, the amendment concerns only state-issued bonds. Amendment 82 empowers the legislature to authorize, and I'm quoting here, authorize the Arkansas Development Finance Authority to issue general obligation bonds to finance infrastructure or other needs to attract large development projects. It has no application or relevance to Article 12, Section 5, or to cities, and the prohibition of appropriating city taxpayer money for corporations, even nonprofit corporations. As I properly and correctly informed you in my memo of May 25th, Arkansas Constitution Article 12, Section 5 prohibits cities from obtaining or appropriating money except for certain expressly listed economic development projects. Since theater infrastructure or services are not within that list, they remain within the constitutional prohibition. Quote, no county, city shall obtain or appropriate money for any corporation. Fayetteville's violation of that prohibition would constitute an illegal exaction, which could cost our taxpayers millions of dollars, just as Fayetteville suffered in the early 90s after legal mistakes by my predecessors. I've worked carefully these last 2 decades as Fayetteville City Attorney to avoid the illegal exaction problems of the past by warning our City Council when a popular idea was so legally or constitutionally iffy that it constituted a danger of a substantial loss of taxpayer funds if we would be sued. Those few times that I've had to issue a strong warning were thankfully always heeded by the City Council, who honored their fiduciary duty to protect our taxpayers' money, even if there might have been strong support to take a chance. Another legal and practical difference between municipal governments and private persons or businesses is how the, quote, consideration needed for a valid contract would be measured. Consideration is in the legal sense, means what one party to the contract promises, pays, or furnishes to the other party for what that party promises, pays, or furnishes in return. There are obviously far more contracts between private parties than contracts in which government is a party. Thus, private attorneys generally work with and litigate about contracts between 2 private parties. They know that courts do not usually weigh the value of consideration in private party contracts with which private attorneys are most familiar. Private attorneys are probably aware that inadequacy of consideration in a private party's contract is not normally a concern. And let me quote what the Supreme Court has said. Quote, mere inadequacy of consideration will not void a contract. This is a private contract. It has been said that adequacy is a matter for the parties to consider at the time the contract is made and not for courts at the time when it is sought to be enforced. Another court decision says consideration is not insufficient merely because it's inadequate. Well, they were, of course, talking about private contracts. So how can I say that the proposed amendment to the lease agreement must be supported by adequate, fair, and equitable consideration to be valid? The Arkansas Attorney General and courts, along with the Arkansas Constitution, place additional limits on the power and authorities of cities to make contracts. Here, let me quote from an Arkansas Attorney General opinion of 2001. Nothing in the Constitution precludes the county, another local government covered by Article 12, Section 5, from contracting with a private nonprofit charity, so long as the contract is supported by adequate consideration. Then let me quote from an Arkansas Supreme Court case. This section, and it was interpreting Article 12, Section 5, this section of our Constitution was not meant to imply a limitation on the ability of a municipal corporation to acquire private property for a public purpose in exchange for fair and adequate consideration. So why must cities receive fair, adequate, and equitable consideration for a contract to be valid when private persons or businesses do not? It may be to protect the taxpayers. This may be the same reason why cities are constitutionally prohibited from just giving away tax dollars to a corporation, association, institution, or individual by Article 12, Section 5. When a person makes a contract, it is the person's own money that is at risk and might be wasted if there is inequitable or inadequate consideration. When a city makes a contract, it would be the taxpayer's money that would be at risk and could be wasted if the consideration was not adequate, fair, and equitable. The people enacting the Arkansas Constitution and our judges evidently believed that constitutional legal protections may sometimes be necessary to prevent government officials who might otherwise be too generous with the taxpayers' money. The local governments have at least some fiduciary duty to preserve and conserve taxpayers' money. This may be part of the reason that the people enacted Article 12, Section 5 into the Constitution and why the courts require fair, adequate, and equitable consideration to support a city contract. Now, Mr. Mckinney cites in the lease, cites a lease provision that states, quote, as a primary consideration to support the lease agreement, Theater Squared, Inc. agrees it will fund and construct a major theatrical performance facility on the premises. Now, I agree that this is a very important part of the overall consideration to support the 100-year lease in two ways. First, the city needed assurance that this very valuable acre lot would not lie useless and unused if Theater Square failed to secure sufficient funding to build its project. Attorneys like myself should protect their clients from the worst case scenarios like that. But secondly, although the city legally owns the land and thus the building, the city has no right to use or otherwise enjoy any other normal possessory rights of the building during the century-long lease term. The major consideration for our taxpayers from this provision would be the city's future full possessory rights in 100 years to possess, use, and control this still functional and well-maintained building. The city was assured this theater building and grounds would be in good condition because Theater Squared in the lease had agreed that, for this entire term, the city was assured that this theater building and grounds would be in good condition because Theater Squared in the lease agreed to do this for the entire term. Without this promise of proper repair and maintenance of the theater building throughout the 100-year term, the city's future possessory rights would be of a potentially dilapidated 100-year-old building with failing mechanical systems would have little, if any, value for our citizens. That is why Theater Square's promise to maintain and repair this building during the entire lease term is vital to consideration supporting this 100-year lease agreement. I should also note that when you seek to amend a contract, there must be new consideration. You can't use old consideration. The consideration for building this building is old. It's been built. It was required under the first lease. This is not new consideration. Therefore, it cannot support an amendment to this lease. The first place in the lease agreement for this promise to maintain the building is in paragraph 8, entitled Maintenance by Theater Squared. And I quote, Theater Squared shall, at its sole cost, risk, and expense, maintain the premises in good condition and repair. 2, keep the premises in a clean, safe, and sanitary condition. And 3, make or cause to be made all necessary repairs, whether interior, exterior, or structural, on the premises. And 4, provide for the reasonable care, landscaping, and cleaning of the premises. This maintenance promise is also part of paragraph 3, rental, which clearly explains what the maintain means in the representation and warranties of Theater Squared. Okay, paragraph 3 is actually entitled rental, and it states, as primary rental for the premises, Theater Squared, Inc. agrees to faithfully perform all of the representation and warranties of Theater Squared contained in paragraph 36 of this lease agreement. Paragraph 36, representations and warranties of Theater Squared, Inc. states, Theater Squared, Inc. hereby covenants and warrants to the City of Fayetteville that, in subsection C, at all times during the term, Theater Square shall operate, manage, and maintain the premises at the corner of West Avenue and Spring Street in Fayetteville, Arkansas, competently. It cannot be disputed that Theater Square covenanted to the city and our citizens to faithfully maintain its building competently at all times during the 100-year lease agreement. Maintenance was spelled out as one of the 3 covenanted duties, along with operating and managing the theater. Shifting probably the most expensive duty that Theater Squared had promised to accomplish in its warranties, and forcing the Fayetteville taxpayers to assume maintenance and repair expenses, strikes at the heart of this lease agreement. Mr. Mckinney points to the large investment made into the theater building and claims it constitutes significantly more consideration on the part of Theater Squared than mere maintenance, and I'm quoting him there, mere maintenance and upkeep of the aforementioned building. What Mr. Mckinney ignores is that the lease required both the construction and the 100 years of maintenance and repair. Theater Squared promised the City Council and our citizens it would both build and maintain the theater building, As to the cost, quote, of mere maintenance, which clearly includes repairs pursuant to the lease agreement, we should remember that after 3 decades of service, the Walton Arts Center's necessary rehabilitation and enhancement project on the same lot that it had before cost many millions of dollars, maybe even more than its initial construction cost. With this lease term extending not 3 decades, but 10 decades, the future cost to our taxpayers of shifting the maintenance and repairs expense that Theater Squared had promised to pay would cost our citizens many millions of dollars during the term of this 100-year lease. I do not believe that there is fair, equitable, and adequate consideration to support such a major expense shift caused by the proposed amendment to the lease agreement. Mr. Mckinney argues that Theater Square's proposed amendment, which would agree to present the same quantity of performances as presented in 2019 instead of 2015, would be a substantial increase of consideration. This claimed 30% increase in the number of performances cannot support the massive expenses shifted to the taxpayers by the amendment. When weighed against the amendment's changes, a small increase in performance is insignificant as consideration for our taxpayers. He claims higher attendance and staffing are additional considerations to support the amendment, even though neither party considered them as any consideration at all in the lease and did not even mention either attendance, staffing, or estimated economic impact in the lease agreement or in their proposed amendment. Therefore, these are not proper subjects to even be considered by the City Council as potential consideration. I want to say that Fayetteville is lucky that the executive director, artistic director, and board of directors of Theater Squared had the vision and determination to grow this local theater group and then secure grants and other assistance to build an outstanding theater facility in Fayetteville's entertainment district. Mayor Jordan and the City Council were right to provide the requested 100-year lease of an acre parking lot for no cash payments to the city. The mayor and city council were wise to invest $3.1 million into this building, even though the city would have no possessory rights for a century. The lease agreement, even with no cash payments to the city, and a $3,100,000 investment into Theater Square's building are legal and constitutional because all of the lease agreement's provisions work together to ensure Fayetteville taxpayers are receiving fair, equitable, and adequate consideration. Yanking three important financial supports, maintenance and repair, building insurance, and most utility payments from the legal consideration supporting the $3.1 million investment and this lease agreement would endanger the entire lease. As city attorney, I cannot recommend passing the resolution to adopt lease agreement number 2 as presented by Theater Squared. And I will answer any questions you might have.
Kid, thank you so much for sharing that information. I understand that there's been some conversation with Theater Squared and the administration. And if this is, since you said that this is illegal, then why wasn't it communicated that it was illegal then? Because I'm under the impression that they were told that we'll do it later. But if it's illegal, then why would that even be considered?
Well, obviously, lawyers can disagree on what's legal and not, and their attorney thinks it's legal. And I, after carefully studying this, and it was difficult for me, I really like Theater Squared and their management, but I had to not let that cloud my judgment. I finally had to come to the conclusion that there was just no way that this would pass legal and constitutional muster. And so, as I've stated in my memo before and in emails to you about a month ago, I do not think it is legal. I think that it was insufficient consideration for the major changes they're making. And I do think it would endanger the current lease. Right now, our lease is strong. But if we take out supports from the lease, it might be attacked. And I would hate to see that. This, the one thing I want to do is see Theater Square continue and prosper, which they have been doing. And I hope they will certainly continue to do far into the future.
I'm a little conflicted because I'm hearing some I thinks and then I'm hearing the law. So is this absolutely illegal for the city council to do? That's my question. If we were to move forward with this, if we were to support this resolution, is this totally, absolutely illegal for us to do? That is my question.
That would never be firm until a judge said you were. By then, it might be a little bit late on stuff, but no, I am warning you that this is an iffy project, that there's a tremendous amount of risk in it to our taxpayers, and actually also to Theater Squared. So, no, I will not say that it's without a doubt it's illegal and unconstitutional, but it sure has a lot of problems with it, and I'm very concerned about it. I will say a few other times when I've had to caution the city council, it's only been 3 or 4 maybe, I never said, you do that, it's absolutely illegal, because you just don't know until a court has told you.
I'm sorry, one more thing. So with this, it's kind of the same thing. We don't know. I mean, it sounds, it's kind of like interpreting the law how your own interpretation. My concern is if we absolutely cannot do it, and because there are things that are just absolutely illegal and there are things that are perhaps iffy. So again, my question, to be fair to Theater Squared, because I know that I'm a huge supporter, but it's not about that. It's about, we've heard the case tonight, and we all know how this is a huge benefit to the citizens of Fayetteville in so many ways. I mean, there were individuals who reached out concerning poverty. That was addressed. Inclusion, that was addressed. The money, the economic boost for Fayetteville, that has been addressed over and over. And so I want to make an informed decision, and I want to make sure that we're not basing our decision tonight on assumptions, what may be illegal and what's not illegal. I think that for myself, I want to know some guarantees, and that may not be possible, but with this, If it's absolutely not legal, then there's no reason why we should even have a future conversation. But if you are, or if someone who's not favoring this, if you're saying that I caution you against it, I don't know. I've got some concerns because, again, the law is what it is. And I just feel as if I'm hearing different things tonight. I'm hearing you can, but I just want to know, can we or can we not? Because I'm willing. Theater Squared has certainly proved themselves over and over and over again as it relates to being a good steward. And I believe that even though I wasn't on the city council then, everything that the city council requested, everything that Fayetteville requested from Theater Square, they delivered. They went above and beyond. And I'm very confident in their leadership, whether it's the administration or the board. And so I just want to make sure that if it's illegal, then we all know what that means. But if it's not, then for me, that's something that we must consider supporting. For me, I will definitely support this resolution. The only way that I will not, if it's illegal.
Well, let me respond just one way on that. It is very dangerous, and I'm afraid that the difference in consideration is so large that we would be in real trouble. However, there are ways that the city council, the city of Fayetteville, can assist Theater Squared beyond this 100-year lease. The thing that makes it so dangerous is that this is a 100-year lease with 94 years left to go. That's why the $50,000 insurance payment is $5 million. And that's if premiums don't go up. That's enough to draw the attention of lawyers that might want to sue us. They also might want to try to go after that $3.1 million that we've already invested. We should not endanger that lease and our investment by doing this, which is likely to at least result in litigation. When there's plenty of money, then some lawyer is going to be smart enough to go after it. There are other ways that the city can much more safely assist Theater Squared, even though they have not presented like an economic need to you. But regardless, whether they do that or not, the city can still much more safely do that where you're not putting at risk so much money and this 94-year lease.
And Kit, thank you for sharing that. And one last thing, I am really interested in knowing what are some options, what are some available options besides the lease, or maybe 50 years. I'm not sure, but I just do believe that I'm looking forward to us supporting Theater Square in such a capacity that it's going to ensure stability. And so I'm interested in hearing of exploring other options.
Excuse me, I've got to say something about exploring other options, because this is something that we've been working on in city administration through the planning we've been doing. You heard Allison Esposito from CASH speaking earlier about the Municipal Arts Alliance and the regional effort that we all have underway. And as you know, we're about to hire our first cultural arts director. So we have a planning process that's underway, and we have a study group, or this professional development effort with CASH, where we're going to be hearing from experts across the country about the different models for how we support the arts in general. And so as we gear that process up, I didn't mean to interrupt you all, but when the insistence was, how else can we support the arts? There are many models across the country, and we're going to bring back to you all through this planning effort something that will make sense and support the arts across the community. And that's all I'm going to say about that right now, but it's well underway and there are many options.
Thank you.
I have a question for Kit. What would the consequence be to Theater Squared if the lease was ruled unconstitutional, or if the lease amendment was ruled unconstitutional?
What would be the consequences if it was found unconstitutional?
Yes, what would the consequence be to Theater Squared?
Well, one of the consequences to them, it kind of depends on exactly how it was found unconstitutional and how far it went. But remember, we invested $3.1 million in that building. And part of the reason we could do that is because the maintenance of that building, repair of that building was going to go on for 100 years so that when we finally got the building back, it would be worth something. And so so that kind of challenges the fact that why did you invest $3.1 million if in 100 years the building's a shambles? So they could make that argument trying to get our $3.1 million back, I guess, from Theater Squared. I'm very concerned about the long-term lease. If it's found that there's insufficient consideration to change the lease, new consideration, and there has been very little actually that we could come up with. I talked with them to see what can we come up with. Well, increased number of performances, but that's 30% of what they had, and it was in a year before when most of the performances were actually in Nadine Baum still. But that's just not enough with the major costs that this would take for our taxpayers. So the whole lease could be in jeopardy. I don't know exactly how that would be worked out. I hate to think that I would have to try to work out what could we do on that and what the courts might order us to do. So I really have a strong caution that this amendment is not good at this point in time. It's too dangerous at this point in time. I really think we should probably keep the lease as it is, period. But there are other ways, as the Chief of Staff said, that we can assist Theater Squared and other arts interests. We can, and even if we're wrong on one of these, we're not wrong for millions of dollars. We're wrong for whatever we just agreed to do, which is probably not enough to attract litigation. But if we change this lease that could be changes that would result in many, many millions of dollars of taxpayer money lost, that is enough to attract attention. So I'm saying, let's not mess with the lease. Let's let it be there. We've got it. It's stable. Same thing for the 3.1 million. We've got that. If we want to help them, let's do it in ways that's independent of those so it doesn't endanger them.
Kid, I have a question. Is there any way that we could hear something from Cliff, the attorney, possibly concerning?
Don't ask me, ask the...
I think we need to get back to the discussion that we're talking about here, and then we can go there later, if that's okay. I'm sure other council members have some input that they would like to share. And I'm not putting you down, I'm just trying to move on.
Yeah, Mark?
Yes,
This is Sarah, and I'm very sorry I was not able to attend in person tonight. I had a family controversy, I guess would be the best thing to call it. But I really appreciate you filling in for me. I do believe we very much must listen to the city attorney and understand his concerns. And I feel one of the reasons I co-sponsored this was that it was also in order to be transparent, that we should bring this to the council and discuss it completely. And that's what we seem to be doing here. And to address DeAndre's concerns, Kit has represented this city extremely well over a very long period of time, but he's not omnipotent. He does not know what a court would decide. And so we have to kind of, you can't say whether it's absolutely illegal or legal. He has this vast knowledge that it's possibly not legal or would not be interpreted that way. So we have a lot of things to consider here in order to ensure that we've done our due diligence on this request. I have heard from lots of people who are not in favor of this, and it is no indictment against the arts in our community, because I believe everyone does love the arts in Fayetteville, and especially loves Theater Square and the Walton Arts Center and all of the ramble that will be coming along there. Everybody's excited about these things, and we all understand that the arts are an economic driver for our community. What we have to decide is if we want to support any type of amendment to the lease or any other way to support Theater Squared, or we want to just rework and rework their amendment completely. We have a lot of options here, or we just don't do anything. That's also an option. So I'm glad we're having this discussion, and I believe Sloan had something else to add to this too. I may have cut in front of him. Thank you.
Sloan?
Yeah, I've got a sequence of questions. So, I mean, I am a landlord myself, rental, so I kind of understand, some of the issues. So I guess so I've got a sequence of questions. Who decides the color of the paint? If we're taking care of maintenance, do they paint it and then bill us, or is it our people that are going to paint it? Does anybody in staff know the answer to that?
That's not in the lease.
Okay. And then if we decide to continue to repair an HVAC system that's kind of failing, but isn't working well enough to for the people that go there, how would that be handled? That probably sounds like a legal question.
Well, under the lease amendment, if Theater Squared was unhappy with how we were repairing or not very well repairing the facility, they could sue us for that, say we're not doing the right job.
Okay. So that's some of the questions. There's a lot more. I do have a couple more things to say. We absolutely have to have a cap on what we're paying for, because right now we don't have one. I mean, I'm a landlord, general contractor, and if you tell people to just go grab what they want, all of a sudden the price goes up. So I assume that if we're the one footing the bill, it will magically not be $188 the next day. You'll go and get better paint. You'll go and get better carpet. You'll go and get better flooring. Who's to decide that the flooring needs to be replaced now or in 8 years? And then we can have those arguments. So I would feel a lot better if there was a price point, and then that way Theater Squared is in the position to best to decide how to spend those dollars, instead of, well, I can just get nicer stuff if I just ask for nicer stuff. Or we have an argument that the carpet needs to be replaced. I think, the renter's rights, I know this is not a residential area, but renters' rights are pretty terrible. And you hear about these arguments all the time, like, my landlord refuses to replace this carpet, and they have refused for 8 years, and it's gross. And so, we don't want those arguments. So having an amount there. I know peer cities were brought up a lot. A lot of peer cities where the city gives money, they have board members appointed by either the mayor or the nominating committee to oversee, so that there is some governance. If you're giving an entity money, then you kind of want to see what's going on. I know we received the 990s, but there's not enough in there to really decide, what's going on. I also reached out to the Urban Land Institute of Northwest Arkansas, kind of asking, what's long-term maintenance of buildings? Like what's kind of a cost? We don't know that. And then obviously, their response is it's kind of hard to predict that. But I kind of said, based on what I'm looking at, 1% of the building. So you can expect over a long period of time, it's about 1% of the value of the building. You don't spend that every year, you escrow it, because the HVAC system is going to go out at some point. It's going to be replaced. So you need to set aside money now for that HVAC system, so that you kind of money goes up, and then you spend stuff and it goes down. So that's $200,000-300,000 in addition to the 185 or 188,000 that you're kind of asking. So in my mind, that's an ask of $400,000 or $500,000 a year, not 188. So we would like to kind of know that, look to cap it. If we insure the building and unfortunately something happens to it, who does that get paid out to? Does that go back to the city? Do we get to decide at that point that we're going to rebuild it or not, or do they get to decide? And is the insurance enough to replace, the actual replacement cost and not the depreciated value, because it's harder to build a new building. So there's concerns there. We mentioned helping, and then solar has been brought up a couple times. So is this a government building that the master plan plans on putting solar? Do we plan on paying for that?
I can answer that it is not on the current plan for the Johnson Controls contract that's coming forward.
Okay. So, I mean, if we want to help Theater Square, something like that would be great, because there's a dollar amount. We know what it is. It doesn't affect the lease. Everybody can see the consideration on both sides. As Kit pointed out, litigation would be on that item and not all of it. So, that's something I would be interested in. When the Alton Art Center was, had its remodel, I believe, there's fundraising, there's things that the city can do at those times, and we know what those are and what we're getting in the consideration. But right now, we have no idea what we're actually signing up for, and that's problematic. I do know that everybody, and I apologize, I'll speak for other council members. If we actually thought Theater Squared was going to die, I think that we would probably move a lot to make that not happen, that this is a gym in the city and we would take care of it, but that doesn't mean that this is the way to take care of it. So I've mentioned some things I need kind of, if we were to do it, I need a cap. I think I need some board members. I think just like when we give money to the chamber and Startup Junkie, they report to us on a pretty regular basis. So I want to see those things. All things I don't think we're going to get done tonight. So I hope this is something we table and continue the conversation. And I hope everybody knows that everybody up here and everybody I've talked to looks forward to Theater Squared continuing. So thank you.
Thank you. I want to first say that I love the arts here. I volunteer often at Theater Square and also at the Walton Arts Center. So I want Theater Square and the other cultural arts that we have here to thrive and be enhanced and continue and be world-class as they are right now. But I have some serious concerns about what's before us tonight. Many people have mentioned some of the parity with some of the other cultural arts centers that we have. So if we agree to something like this, we will have other institutions coming and asking us for similar requests. We'll have the Walton Arts Center coming. We'll have a huge number of groups coming before us. And while we have money right now, I don't believe we can afford this in the long term. So I am concerned about parity with other institutions. Secondly, the lease agreement that we've been discussing that Kit's pointed out, I do not want to put our citizenry or Theater Square in any kind of legal jeopardy in this way. I'm not a lawyer, obviously, but what I've heard tonight gives me great concern, and I just will not be able to support this based on some of these legal discussions. The 94-year open-ended check that we would require the citizens of Fayetteville to write is a very long time, very large, potentially very large burden that we don't really know what that is and can't foresee the future. So for all of these reasons, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to support this change to the lease agreement. But I do want Theater Square and all of our other institutions to continue to do all the great work that they're doing. It's outstanding. It's when you have friends in Seattle that hear about what's going on in Fayetteville, I mean, you just know that we're doing some really good things here. So I look forward to the opportunity to figure out how the city can support Theater Square in other ways. And maybe it's through solar. And maybe there are a lot of other ideas that we haven't even thought about yet. But I really look forward to that conversation. Thanks.
I would like to suggest or make a motion that we table this item or hold it I've forgotten, is this Kit, is this a resolution or,
It is a resolution.
okay.
Do we have other members that would like to share their point of view? I have a few things later too, but I'll let.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Mayor. Kit, I think that it would be helpful for the council if we defined what the threshold would be for fair, adequate, and equitable consideration to be achieved. Because I think for me, that's kind of a floating item out there. And if it can't be defined, maybe we can have a discussion about the parameters and what that would look like so that we could at least know what's the threshold for that being achieved if council were to consider revising the lease. Does that make sense as a question?
Well, the threshold would be the amount of consideration, new consideration, not consideration that was already there in the first lease agreement, but what new consideration that Theater Square could offer. The only thing that is new consideration that they have offered is to raise the number of required performances by 30% from the amount that they did in 2015 to the amount they did in 2019. The value of that to the city is pretty vague, and it's certainly not very substantial. So consideration to make the kind of changes they're talking about would have to be much more dramatic than that. And I think that that basically we can't come up with any. I tried to think about it and I talked to them about what can we come up with. And I don't think that there is consideration out there that was not pledged in the lease. And one of the reasons for that is probably my fault. Because when I drafted the original lease, I wanted it to be protected. I wanted to put all the consideration that Theater Square could give us as support for this no-cost lease. Because I wanted it to be legal and constitutional, and it is. There's not much consideration left that they can give, and I think that rather than trying to find something and then make a tiny tweak on what they have to do, it'd be much better to do, as the Chief of Staff has said and as I have said, that there are other ways to support Theater Squared that does not endanger the lease. This lease is a very valuable asset for them, and it's very important for the city. We should be very careful not to endanger this lease.
Anyone else on the council have additional comments? This is tough. I'll tell you this, when I looked at the financial statements that we were given to Theater Squared, this organization manages their money very well. And it makes me know the type of leadership and administration that they have in this organization. In addition to that, they've come up with a creative idea to help sustain their mission. We had not heard anything like this since I've been on a city council, so it gives us a lot to think about and a lot of, it shows us that we have to look at alternative ways, but maybe this isn't the way, or maybe it needs to be redefined. The other thing is, again, looking at parity, it's true. How do we say that this is good for one organization, yet another organization might not get the opportunity? Or if we do it for every organization, the city would be really in financial, it'd be tough financially to do that. I was hoping that there would be a single compelling argument to support this, because there's no one that supports this theater more than I do. Being a native of Northwest Arkansas, I was lucky to see theater for the first time at the University of Arkansas, and it opened a whole new world for me. When you hear about Mr. Wilburn's children's experience in theater, it probably did change their perspective that will impact them the rest of their life. It's an inspirational institution. It's unique. It is not a Broadway show. It is not a community musical. It truly is professional theater that we have in our city that is recognized regionally and nationally. And I think that the city council will always be there to support it in some way or another when it gets down to brass tacks. In this case, looking at the arguments that are in front of me tonight, I find it neither desirable or to approve it or desirable to defeat it. It's just tough. But again, as other members have said, we support the arts and we support Theater Squared. Perhaps we should look at a tabling, maybe even indefinitely. That gives everyone the opportunity to go to the table, to look. One thing that has come up tonight and throughout this process is great conversation and good debate that has not been contentious but has been open. And I think we can continue that. We do have a plan for the arts in Fayetteville. We're going to have an arts director. One thing that was missing for me tonight was the support of our arts commission, our arts council. I don't know how they would be involved, but the city does have an arts council that should, I hope, in some way would have had an opinion on this in some way, and we did not hear from them. So as we move forward, I think that the city council should consider tabling this perhaps indefinitely, and that is tough for me to say. But this is a resolution that's neither desirable to pass or to defeat. So that's how I'm looking at it at this point.
Mark, this is Sarah. I did get an email or a text message, excuse me, from someone who was on the Arts Council, and I'm not sure if he is the chair or he has been the chair. We didn't get anything from the full, a recommendation or denial or whatever from the council, from the Arts Council. I don't know if they had a meeting, if their meetings jibed with this or not, but I would be absolutely in favor of tabling this indefinitely and continuing this discussion, because I think what our discussion ends up with Theater Squared being is going to also probably be discussion that we have with other groups in the future.
Thank you. I think that's important. I mean, this is looking at an opportunity to sustain an organization that their leadership believes in and the vision. So I commend them. That's how brilliant they are over there. They're creative, but a lot to consider as we move forward.
Yes. Yeah, we did not get to hear from the Fayetteville Art Council. I'm the council member on that board. We had a meeting of just like, I think 2 weeks ago, and so we haven't met, but I think more importantly, they would want to know how the attorney feels. They would want to know how we as the council feels. So I think this is a really important discussion to have to take to the Art Council, and they would want to weigh all of that along with the public input as well. So I think that will help the Art Council to bring an opinion forward. So tabling it definitely, I think, sounds like a great idea. I think we've heard a lot of really good ideas on both sides, and by no means, if our city is in legal jeopardy, and the organization is, and we put that in legal jeopardy, then we're defeating the entire purpose here. So our goal and my role is to protect the city, protect the citizens, protect the financial part, that part of the taxpayers' investment. And so I just want to be considering that very seriously. I don't want to take it lightly, and I really appreciate everyone who came in to support Theater Squared today, and Martin's enormous amount of his persistence and resilience through COVID and everything. And the conversation has just begun, Martin, as far as I'm concerned. And as always, it's continuing. And I think Adela put it really well. You know, we take baby steps about how we support the arts. And I think that really spoke to me is like, we did that then, and we're talking about this now, and we will continue to have a conversation, as Susan mentioned. So I don't think the conversation will stop, and there's a lot to consider. So I definitely support tabling.
I certainly support tabling it too. However, I must say that in tabling the conversation, I would like for us to define the value of the consideration that Theater Square proposed and look at creating a renewable lease that minimizes the risk.
On the tabling, can we table it until the Arts Council is ready to send it back? Because I want some metric for it to come back.
Right.
Yeah, when you do a motion to table, any member of the council may move to bring it off the table in a future city council meeting.
Okay, cool.
All the way up until December 31st. Now, you have to do it before the start of the next year.
So that is just a general table this without any?
A table, an indefinite table,
That's what I'm
tabling it
looking at.
indefinitely. It remains alive, nothing happens, but if it's not removed from the table by a city council member moving and the council voting for it,
right,
then at the end of the year, it would be just denied at that point.
Well, I would like to move that we consider this indefinite, move to the table indefinitely.
I'll second that
Second.
and hope the Arts Council is ready to bring it back when they're ready to bring
And that'll
it back.
give us some months to. We have a motion and a second to table this indefinitely. Kara, would you call the roll?
Scroggin,
Yes.
Bunch,
Yes.
Turk,
Yes.
Hertzberg,
Yes.
Harvey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Whitaker.
Yes.
Okay, so the motion passes to table this indefinitely. All right. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to come back and do some zoning because there's just nothing more fun, right? It is exciting for our city. So we are taking a 10-minute break. Let's bring our meeting back to order, please. Okay, where are we? That was good. We're on the second item of new business, and this is a resolution pursuant to 3910C4 of the Fayetteville City Code to authorize the mayor to pay the amount of $40,000 to Patricia Knepp for water damage remediation at 3252 North Macon Drive, Court. And Tim has a few words.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. This is the water leak that happened on September the 20th, 2021 on McKinney Court. I wanted to show a few pictures, mainly to show what the public infrastructure that had to be repaired. The first two pictures was in the city file. It was provided by the claimant's daughter because it's pictures that we didn't have. The first picture you can see was the cul-de-sac on McKee Court before the water leak. That's what it looked like. Next slide shows the picture that they took after the leak occurred, which is flooded. And so if you go on next one, please. You can see that we had to excavate basically the whole circumference of the cul-de-sac in order to repair the 36-inch line. Those lines run deep, and the deeper it goes, the wire that you need to dig out. Next, please. And there's another shot of bringing the 36 inches. It's a big pipe. Next. So we had, of course, all the asphalt, all the sidewalk, all the curb and gutter to repair. And so these next few pictures are showing that the repairs that we did. You know, this happened 9 months ago, but you have to remember that with this, with COVID and the supply chain and the massive construction that's going on in Fayetteville and Northwest Arkansas as a whole, some of these contractors were
are backed up. Some of them won't even listen to you. They've got 3 years of work to do and they won't listen to you. So we did have to wait for some contractors to do all our curb and gutter and our sidewalk, which they did come in and do. So we've got the sidewalk, driveways, cul-de-sac. We had to rebuild the inside and the outside to get it back. And it took an extremely long time, longer than we've ever had to take to do repairs. But we've got the infrastructure built, and then just in the last few days, Transportation Department came in and they were able to repave the street and the cul-de-sac. Next, please. And if you'll just go through these last few pictures, you can see where we're at on that. And there are the last two pictures of the cul-de-sac. So that's the public infrastructure, but that still leaves the personal damage that was suffered by several residents there. And the one tonight is the first one that's coming before the council, the petition at 3252 North McKinney Court. The water main break did cause a lot of flooding in the whole neighborhood. Mrs. Knapp's insurance company denied her claim, so she immediately filed a damage claim with the city after the incident. Basically, she had structural foundation. The foundation of the home was damaged, damaged the landscaping, personal contents of the home. The claimant did perform minor repairs with the help from family and friends and is requesting reimbursement for materials only on that. So the claimant is requesting reimbursement in the amount of $36,100 for the repair of the foundation, $3,578 for damaged landscaping and personal contents, and $1,030 for minor repairs. So that total is $40,708. The city has made partial payment to the claimant for $4,478.02 for the structural investigation, the remedial design, and some replacements of equipment and some moving expenses. The city also made a payment directly to Ecograss Landscaping in the amount of $3,521.98 to repair the landscaping that was damaged. So the total payments for this claim to date are in the amount of $8,000 even. So to summarize, the total amount of the claim is $48,708. Now, per our city code, the Utilities Department Director cannot authorize any payment greater than $8,000. So we took that up to the $8,000 limit on some of those payments. But the city cannot pay any more than $20,000 pursuant to these claims, except for if a extraordinary case that the mayor recommends that the city council by 2/3 of majority approve an exemption from the $20,000 and do a cap of $40,000. And there's already been some discussion during this 8 months that the $40,000 cap was created 10 to 12 years ago, never has been thought about inflation. Perhaps it should be looked at to raise it. I would stand here as utility director and say that the utility has no objections if that is looked at to adjust for inflation. The $40,000, if it needs to be brought up to a larger sum, we would have no objection to that. But given that, the staff does recommend to reimburse Patricia Knapp for the maximum amount allowed by the section of this code. And Patricia Knapp's daughter is here to speak on behalf of the claimant whenever public hearing is opened up, and she will continue on this discussion. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Pull the microphone closer.
I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
So we don't have to repeat it all again.
No repeat. Is there any?
Yeah, I went there the night that this happened, and actually a couple of people asked me why there, and I at that point said, I bet we'll have to vote on this at some point, because there was a river running down the road that would have been pretty good for canoeing. It was pretty impressive, and then I came back the second day, after it was cleared out. And the pictures you saw, it looks like we had dug that out. I don't think it's really true. It got blown out, like literally. I think the call-in was for hail or an explosion, because basically it blew a hole, like a war zone hole, into that curb. So I'm in support of this unless there's some legal reason not to, or some weird precedent that we would make ourselves liable for future payments. But this was devastating to the people around. So hopefully we can make that right within the legal confines.
And I do think that we have someone in the chamber that wanted to speak to this on behalf of the family. Maybe.
Yeah, one thing that I didn't point out is we estimated that we lost 25 million gallons in that water leak. Now, McKinney Court is on the main pressure plane, so you've got the Kessler tanks, which combined hold 12 million gallons. The Rogers Drive tanks combined hold 8 million gallons. The Markham tank, which holds 1 million gallon, and the Baxter tank, which holds 4 million gallons, which is 25 million gallons, plus Beaver water was pumping to us the whole time. So that was the largest amount of water loss, and our tanks did get down to just a couple feet that evening.
I have a question for Tim. So did I understand, you went through a lot of numbers tonight. So really we can legally, if we have the votes, authorize payment up to $40,000, but they're requesting $48,000. So it would be an $8,000 difference that may be attributed later on to inflation, or if we want to revisit that. Is that about right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
What you would need to do, we have an absolute $40,000 maximum cap. You can't violate your own ordinances. However, this was enacted by City Council several years ago, 10, 12 years ago. During that time, there has been some inflation that has occurred, especially in building materials and stuff. So it would not be wrong if the City Council wished to increase the maximum cap by, say, 25% up to 50, increase all the other ones as you go along, so it'd be 10,000, and then it'd be 25,000 or 20, and then it'd be 50,000. I could draft that up, but until that ordinance is in place, you would not be able to go beyond the 40,000. Now, I could do something I've never done before if the City Council wanted me to do it, and that's make an ordinance retroactive so that you'd be able to pick up this particular incident so that these people who have suffered more than I think any other flooding victims have would be able to be made whole. So that's just up to the City Council. It's not for me, but that's your options.
Kit, this is Sarah over here in Zoom land. I would kind of like to explore what you just described, because when you said that these people have suffered more than anybody else, I truly believe that they got hit the hardest with this just totally, catastrophic event. And I do think they've suffered immensely from this. And if there was something we could do to help them out a bit more, I would be in favor of doing that. I know it is, I think the couple maybe is elderly, and the husband has dementia and had to be moved out of the home. And it just was a lot more than just a little damage to their home. And when Sloan says it looked like a bomb went off, he's absolutely right. I've never seen anything like that in my life. So if the council has any suggestions on, or wants to make a motion or something to, I'd be willing to entertain that as well.
What would the time difference be if we were to do the retroactive ordinance versus holding this and then creating the ordinance?
Okay, my recommendation procedurally would be that you do not act tonight on this claim. That you instead ask me to update the ordinance by 25% more, so it'd be, the top would be 50. We'd have to probably walk it on to the agenda, because I think it's too late to make the next agenda through the normal way that you would do it. But if you all wanted, we could walk that new ordinance onto the agenda with an emergency clause. That would have to be passed at the next agenda, at the next meeting, before you would actually go back to this one and determine exactly how much you felt should be given paid back to the citizens for their damages suffered because of our water main. So we would need to table this one. I will work real hard to try to get the other ordinance ready and done, and then we could go through that procedure. They would have to wait at least one meeting in order to really have this done properly.
Can I have a question? I was under the impression, well, someone told me that we have what's called a do right rule. If our system causes a failure, then we'll try to do right by them because the customer did not have the ability to control it.
Back when I was on the council, we used the do right rule once, and boy, we regretted it forever. It was on a different sort of situation. There is no real do right rule.
Okay.
We got to follow the ordinances. You can't just ignore the ordinances, and you can amend them, you can repeal them, but as long as they're in effect, you must follow them. So my recommendation is we amend the ordinance before you do anything further with these water damage claims.
So I moved to table this to the next
I
meeting.
mean, I think that we might at least ask the person that's here if that's what they would want.
Could we ask, okay.
I'm Cindy Cottle. I live at 3421 North Buckingham Drive. I'm in Ward 3. My parents are the couple that were at 3252 McKeg Court. If you ask me if I want a table, of course the answer will be no, but I'm respectful of the process because I do want a favorable outcome. And
If it's not tabled, they're stuck at 40,000.
I get it. I'm just saying I would prefer, I mean, we're 8 months into this and it's been a tremendous hardship on my parents. But I appreciate what I hear from you in that this seems like a potentially favorable outcome. I do have some other points I shared with you in an email, just trying to paint a picture so that you could put a face to the situation because they are not in a capacity where they can be here. So I'm here to act on their behalf. I appreciate that we have Code 3910 protecting our taxpayer dollars. And I did go back and look at the 2012 council meeting 10 years ago, almost to the day when Code 3910 was enacted. And Mr. Kenyon, you were on council at that point. And I understand the need for those boundaries, but I also appreciate that in our city, we try to do what is right by our citizens, and the then utilities director, different position at that time, Mr. Juergens is the one that made reference to that. And I feel like we have tried to continue in that capacity in this city. And I feel strongly, that we try to protect each other. I do want you to know that this is a potentially life-changing situation for my parents. And that's no exaggeration. They were out of their home for 231 days while we worked through this repair process. My dad is an 81-year-old Air Force veteran, and he suffers dementia. He's not ambulatory. My mom made that call to 911 because she thought there was an explosion and her house was surrounded by water, and she has my dad, who now has no access to their ramp to get him out of the house. So it was really scary for her. She's challenged with her own health issues with leukemia, but she still serves as my dad's primary caregiver. Their home is their only asset. They are not in a place to recover significant financial loss, nor should they have to, in my opinion. My parents have in good faith done their parts. They've worked hard. They have paid their debts. They live debt-free and they live within their means. They've paid their property taxes and their insurance for decades. And now we're at this point where insurance won't pay and we're at the mercy of our city officials to determine whether or not they can recoup their loss on these repairs. I do greatly appreciate what the water department and Ms. Norton has done, Aaron Watkins and Mark Rogers in particular. They have walked alongside our family and really supplied great support. But now my parents, when they need support in this financial area, it's being called into question. So my mom has gone from having a solid 10-year, modest 10-year financial plan to contemplating what the repercussions will be when she can't afford to pay her property taxes, or when she can't pay her homeowner's dues, or if she can't afford to pay her insurance. That's the reality because her savings have been wiped out to pay these costs up front. So while the water department could appropriate $8,000, we've spent $48,000 in repair to get them back in their home. So you know, it is critical, the timing for them. I don't share this with you for emotional manipulation, but rather it is the reality that she's facing. It's just plain and simple. So I want to assure you that we did our very best to minimize costs. I noted to you the number of hours that family and friends threw in, and a lot of times it reminded me of a barn raising back in the day. Let's show up and everybody, let's get with it. And we worked hard to try to keep that expense to a minimum. There's some things we just can't do. We couldn't do $36,000 worth of foundation repair. But I want you to know that we acted in good faith and tried to do the right thing and to, you know, just get them back in their house. And so I appreciate your support. And if we do need to table this to move it forward, I can accept that. But of course, you know, I don't want to have to do that. So if you have any questions or anything that I can respond to, I'd be glad to.
Yeah, I do have a question. I mean, it seems like, I could be wrong, I'm sorry, I only speak for myself, that we're kind of ready to move it forward. It's just to go up to the 48, it would have to be in 2 weeks. So it seems like if it's kind of like, if we vote for it, it's 40 now or 48.
And I can live with that, Mr. Scroggin. I say tongue in cheek, no, I don't want to wait. I mean, we've been 8 months. So what's 2 more weeks?
If we were to pass this right now, how quickly could the residents be reimbursed?
I don't think there's any way, or at least it'd be very, very iffy to be able to do that. You would already have, when we issue payments, we require release. And so when you sign a release, you give away all your rights. So I think it just makes a lot more sense to wait 2 weeks and to do it right the first time and get it done than to try to do something else now.
I think maybe I can clarify, maybe this is not what you were asking.
Well, maybe I didn't
But after we approve the payment, how quickly can they receive their check?
Well, you got to talk to accounting for that. It goes through our office. We just wait for the check and then we let them know. And so it'll, you know, maybe we can talk to Paul and make sure we get an expedited check out of this.
Okay, thank you.
I think, here's my thought, and correct me if I'm wrong. If we could possibly do the retroactive ordinance, we could then get them the 40,000 quicker and then go back and grant them the additional 8,000 or so afterwards. Would that be possible?
The problem I see on that is that in order to give them a $40,000 check, you will be making the decision that $40,000 is the right amount of money. So that's what gives me pause about that. You have to make a finding as a city council that $40,000 is it. And so I would much rather wait a couple weeks. We'll talk with accounting and finance and see how fast we can get the check to them. And that will take care of the problem as best we can.
I think, this is Sarah over here. I think, I mean, my inclination is to try, knowing how much damage they've had to their home and God knows, psychological damage, just trying to deal with this. My inclination is to give them the most that we possibly can. But I also want to defer to the daughter who's here, and just whatever she says is what I think we ought to go with. And if we can get them the 40,000 quicker and then they sign off and that's what they need right now, I'd be willing to do that. But my heart says give them the most we can, but I understand they've waited a long time and maybe they need this money now. I don't know that for a fact, but I can only imagine that they might. So, you know, I think it's whatever that the applicant or the person here representing the family would like to do is what I would like to do.
I agree with that, and I don't want to speak for you, but if 8,000 was paid, if I understand, it's either 32,000 approved tonight, or whether it's 2 weeks or 4 weeks, it's a 25% return on that investment. And if you at all possibly can, I think we would prefer to see you allow for that larger payment. But
And
I think,
that's what we would do.
okay, so I'm gonna say this, and you correct me if I'm wrong, you would much prefer to delay for the larger amount of money? Yes.
I would prefer to delay for them to be fully reimbursed. And if that takes 2 more weeks, then
That's so helpful to us to
I
hear.
would
Thank you.
much prefer that, yes. Sorry, I was being sarcastic, tongue in cheek, and I kind of derailed us on that, so, okay, thank you.
So a motion to table is in order.
So I move to table.
You do have, I'm sorry, there's public comment. There's somebody that's had their hand up.
Oh, okay.
Is there anyone in the chamber that would like to speak or on a Zoom call?
It's Misty Simpson is on the Zoom call.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Misty Simpson. I've lived in Fayetteville for 21 years. I worked for the Fayetteville Public School District for 5 years, graduated from the University of Arkansas, have a son about to graduate from the University of Arkansas, and I was at the bottom of the hill for the flood. So you can imagine how happy I am to hear y'all even discussing this. Sorry. That day was absolutely terrifying. And at this point, my fence and yard have been restored, but I've had several foundation experts and engineers tell me not to touch my foundation because the ground under my home has not been dry since this happened. And when it does dry out, the house will move substantially. I've been told that my chimney is pulling my home down. And I've been told that I can't shore up the back part of it to stop the chimney from moving the house because when the ground dries out under the front of my home, it'll crack it off. It'll crack the back off. So I guess just what I'm asking you is please take it into consideration. And I would also add that on top of this whole ordeal, my house never had cracks in it before. The foundation's cracked. So even if I wanted to sell it, my house now is not what it was worth before September 22nd. And we're not even asking for that. Like, we're just asking for it to be restored back to what it was. And not, we've kind of been pushed to spend the least amount of money. But please look at it as if it were your home. And especially with something so fundamental to your home as your foundation. So just take all of that into consideration and think about, like, if this was my home and I live next door to another 81-year-old man who can't even come to terms with all this right now because his wife passed away during this since September. So you'll probably see us, hopefully not. Hopefully we'll clear this up in 2 weeks and we can all be whole again. But I'm helping him as well. It was a terrifying experience that, I mean, I was weeding my front flower beds and came in to get a drink. And before I got back out of my kitchen, my son said, "Mr. Mike is at the door." That's my 81-year-old neighbor. And his eyes were huge. And all he could say was, "Water, we've called 911. And about that time, a tidal wave came between our houses. And I told my son to get him back to his house. And then we had to literally break down my fence to keep the water from continuing to come in our house. And we put giant dog beds in front of the doors. And I mean, it was 3.5 hours of sheer terror. So I thank y'all all for the support. I thank you for the $40,000, but I please take this into consideration because it was truly devastating, truly devastating. I thank you for your time.
There is no other public comment.
All right. Anyone on the city council have a comment? We have a motion and a second. Kara, would you call the roll? Don't we?
I couldn't hear the second.
Second.
There you go.
May I
make
Scroggin?
one?
I'm sorry, could I make one more statement or maybe add to your amendment? That we also ask that, that accounts expedite the check if it's approved, so that there is an we're giving them a heads up to expedite this process. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
I defer to the city attorney.
What are you asking for now?
We had a motion on the floor to table this
For 2 weeks.
for 2 weeks, but I thought we were also, I'm also adding that maybe we make the request to expedite payment.
You don't have to do that as part of the motion.
Okay.
I assume that request has been made, and I will be working on it tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Kara, could you please call the roll?
Scroggin,
Yes.
Bunch,
Yes.
Turk,
Yes.
Hertzberg,
Yes.
Harvey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Whitaker.
Yes.
Okay, the next item is a resolution to, am I here right? A resolution to approve a cost share agreement with Sash Development, LLC, for the installation of a fire hydrant and fittings for fire flow protection near East Spring Street and North Olive Avenue, with a refund in an estimated amount of $9,900 to be paid by the city, and to approve a project contingency in the amount of $1,980.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Sash Development LLC has requested that the city share in the cost of constructing a water main to facilitate their development of the property located at the southeast corner of East Spring Street and North Olive Avenue. The city's planning department approved a lot split for the development, and Sash Development has received estimates for engineering, construction, and tree removal. And Councilmember Harvey, that's 12 trees you had asked. So it was 12 trees. Associated with the construction of the water line. The low bidder for the project was S&K Dirt Works in the amount of $42,680 for construction of the water main. Staff recommended approval of a 40-60 split as an infill project, with the city paying 40%. The Water and Sewer Committee on May 10th amended the cost share request to reimburse for the fire hydrant and the fittings only. Installing a fire hydrant on this segment of water main will be beneficial to the development of the property and will provide for fire flow protection directly west of the project, where there currently is not a fire hydrant. The low bidder's cost for the fire hydrant was broken out into the amount of $8,700, and the required 8x6 fitting is $1,200. Staff recommends approval of a cost share agreement with Sash Development in the amount not to exceed $9,900, and approval of a project contingency in the amount of $1,980. And we do have the applicant here tonight that has a presentation on this item as well. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Thanks, Tim, and let's hear from the applicant. If you'll state your name and address, that helps us.
Sterling Hamilton, 170 East Prospect Street, within walking distance of the site. I wanted to come in front of the council tonight because I think that this particular issue is a little bit greater than just some dollars for a cost share. I've implemented cost shares in several of my developments over the course of my business career here. I'm a Fayetteville original, Happy Hollow Hawk, Ramey, and Fayetteville High School. So what I do here is personal to me, not just about the business side of things. I wanted to kind of explain my business strategy and how we got here. So my master's degree is in urban planning. I got that from the University of Washington, lived there in Seattle for a while. Ms. Turk and I have that in common. I believe in good planning. I believe in following a comprehensive plan. I believe that city government can do what it's supposed to do whenever it follows processes that are vetted and tried and true in this jurisdiction and in others. In that vein, I look at the comp plan and I look at what our priorities are in the city. I read those priorities and I try to adjust my business strategy accordingly. The thing that I really need, and I think we all need, between the private sector and the city government is consistency. If we don't have consistency between the private and the public sector, then things get confusing, and projects that may have otherwise been good ideas or feasible won't be done. And developers can't count on public policy to support goals that they and the city both agree with. I'd say I'm not going to do the urbanist, run you through what we've already said and talk about infill and the virtues of it and all that. I do believe in that, but I also believe in the relationship between the public and the private sector, probably more so than I do when it comes to like, let's call it the ideology of urbanism. If you go to the next slide. One of the things that we talk about in the comp plan is to support and encourage infill development. And when I talk about consistency and the lack of consistency, if we do have a lack of consistency, is we're already at a deficit. Our total number of new construction sales that are actually in our urban core are 1.2% of all new construction sales. There have been about 184 new construction sales within our downtown core. If you go to the next slide with the map, you can see that's what I consider to be sort of the urban downtown. I mean, it's subjective, but that's about what it is. So we're trying, and I appreciate everybody's efforts to try. I'm trying. I don't develop 4-bedroom, 4-bathroom student housing rentals. I develop things that I think people will buy, that I hope families will buy, because I know that my family live in that area. My family lives in, and my extended family lives in Fayetteville, and I want other families to be able to participate in home ownership in our city. So the things that I do for infill are the things that I think are in line with the city's goal. I think both quantitatively in the comp plan and also qualitatively, and I think what all of us as residents would consider to be what we want for our quality of life. Not to lambast student housing, that's the lifeblood of our city, but that's not what I'm trying to do. And so I hope that the council can recognize something in that business strategy that matters to the council and to the citizens as well. We'll go to the next slide. These are some of the projects that I have experience with cost share. So when I talk about consistency, what I do is I follow the comp plan. I look where the infill heat map is within the comp plan that shows us where we should be doing infill. And I then go to find sites that will make for the right kind, in my opinion, of course, the right kind of infill for the city. Whenever I find those sites, if they don't have the appropriate infrastructure, which is almost all of them, I can go to the utilities department and negotiate a cost share. We don't do that for any other reason that the costs of these utilities and infrastructure is an extra burden on development within the city, and urban sprawl and greenfield development costs the city and the taxpayers quite a bit of money when it comes to putting in utilities. Now, I'm not saying I'm opposed to that. What I'm saying is that for consistency across the development pattern, it makes sense for developers of infill to receive cost share funds. Specifically for utilities. So I've got 3 examples. These are single family homes that we built. Our utility cost share was $36,000. We took 1 lot and split it into 4, kept the remaining home there, sold it to a young couple, and then with a family, and then sold all 3 of these houses, which we split off the front. If you go to the next slide. This is the Church Avenue cottages. Now, I didn't do the cost share on this, but I wanted to bring this up because Mark Zweig did. And I was able to tag along to Mark Zweig's cost share because the utilities were put into the street so that we could build some fee simple for sale townhouse product in downtown Fayetteville. I'm pretty sure that most of the council members here know a few people who actually live in those townhouses. Go to the next one, please. So this is the most recent. This is the Summit West townhomes. These are on at Dixon and Fletcher. We did a cost share with the city to extend water and sewer, and we also did a cost share on the new stormwater management regulations. This split 1 lot into 10. We're also doing fee simple for sale. There are a number of local families who are buying them. So this is another example of a consistent cost share. We take the cost share, we get the bids, the city staff approves it, and it goes to committee. in my most recent experience, we're doing a project at Olive and Spring, very similar. It'll be 2,000 square foot, single family homes, hopefully for families. And we've split one lot into 4 lots. We asked for a cost share. I took it to, very similar to the process I followed in the past. I took it to the Utilities Committee. I took it to the Utilities Department. Utilities Department negotiated with me. We found the right bidder. We made sure the costs were as low as they could be, and we put forward a cost share. When it got to committee, the committee changed the dollar amount for the cost share, which was highly inconsistent with my experience in the past. Now, I am not here to complain about what kind of money that I'm able to get through a cost share with the city. What I would like to say is I think as a council, you guys need to consider how legislating from committee can create inconsistency within our public processes that have been around for a long time. When that inconsistency is created, it looks more like a systemic problem than it does like a problem of an individual project. So if this had been something where I had brought this all to the city council, it came, city council voted on it, said this isn't in line with our comp plan, isn't in line with the utilities department and the professional staff of the city want to see, then I wouldn't stand up here and give a presentation. But what I see is a threat to our consistent public processes, and if it grows outside of that, what else is there at risk? So I would ask that you all consider, in your wisdom, to reinstate the original cost share that was suggested by city staff. I am clearly at your mercy and want what's best for the city, as I'm sure you all do too. Thank you very much.
Does anyone on the council have a point that they would like to make or comment?
I'll comment, Mr. Vice Mayor. Thank you. I think for me, where Mr. Hamilton's correct is that ambiguity deters investment. And so I believe he's absolutely right on that people want predictability. What I want representing the ratepayers for a utility owned by the city of Glendale is for the same consistency. And that means is the ratepayer believes that we will look at any expenditure of the rates that they pay and assure that that investment is benefiting more than just one development. And so that means if we replace a section of pipe, if we add a fire hydrant, if we do those kinds of maintenance or enhancement activities that can have a nexus to benefiting the community, that we would be open to the utility covering those. I think the challenge on this particular project was that it was simply a water pipe that served a single family home being extended, and we would call them a T, a dead end T, that ran the length of the lot and had no further connection to the rest of the system. It didn't afford any other connectivity. It didn't afford any other avenue for water to travel to maintain people's water pressure if there's work being done on a section of the pipe. And because of that, my personal concern was simply that, well, without that nexus, how do I justify any ratepayer benefiting a for-profit private development? And so that was the caution and the concern that I had. And I felt like the subcommittee actually considered that and weighed that. And I don't have enough experience in the past to tell you how the committee operated or considered such things, but I had assumed that there was always the need to demonstrate a nexus benefiting more ratepayers than just those being served by an expansion of the infrastructure. And I believe that that's a form of consistency and propriety that I certainly endorse. Thank you.
I've been on the Water and Sewer Committee for about 3.5 years now. And we have done a lot of cost shares. We've tried to be consistent. But in this case, like Councilmember Whitaker just mentioned, this was the first time I had seen where the expansion of the pipe or the cost sharing of the pipe only benefited the new development, that it was not connected up to the rest of the infrastructure. So this only benefited or appeared to benefit just those 3 new houses that were going in. And I felt like, and I think the discussion from the committee felt like, that the hydrant, we could support that because it benefited more than just the new development in the neighborhood, that it would benefit if there was a fire, other homes in the area. So we have tried to be fairly consistent, but this was a very different situation than what I've seen in the past. Thank you.
I've got questions for staff. On other previous cost shares and infill, has this rule ever been applied that it has to benefit other people, or is it just supporting infill? Because this seems kind of, maybe the rule that my fellow council members are saying is probably correct in the long term, but is that actually what's written?
Well, the way I look at it, there's 2 kinds of cost shares. You've got the cost shares that benefit users and additional users, and then you have the cost share for infill development. And the thought behind cost share for infill development is that if a developer has to pay the full price of infrastructure, it kills the project and the project doesn't ever happen. And that is the portion of cost share for infill projects. But we still always try to look for the benefit of other people on the system. And that's what we do. For instance, when Sterling talked about the Church Avenue, we paid 75% of that project because we added a 12-inch line all the way the length of Church Avenue, and 12-inch grids in our water system is what we always try to look for. So we always look, a lot of cost shares we do, we will pay 100% of a section of the pipe that doesn't affect the development because it will add more water volume, it'll add better pressure, or it increases the grid of the system. It's true in this case, this water line, the way it's designed, does not go any further than the property line of the development, but it still felt like that we recommended it because it was an infill project, and sharing in the cost of the infrastructure allowed the project to move forward.
Mayor Pro Tem, may I add to that?
Yes.
I think it also bears reiterating what the applicant noted, that this policy is embedded in our long-range planning goals that we've adopted. I think it's very easy to look at it on a site-by-site basis, and not wrong to look at it on a site-by-site basis, but it's also critical to take a whole city perspective. This is ultimately a conversation about fiscal solvency or insolvency. And the idea goes that every time we invest in our infrastructure internal to the city, where you have fewer linear feet of street, sewer, water, stormwater, it's that much less feet on the exterior of the city, where it tends to get at a higher ratio, more feet per lot or per unit, to the point where it will render the city fiscally insolvent. So it's definitely a 2-piece conversation to think about, but it is critical to recall that that policy has its roots in both of those.
Thanks, Jonathan. I was going to mention that too. I was on this committee for 11 years, and when the city moved to place infill as a higher priority, especially in the central part of the city, then this was a way that we could support that infill, and it was measured as a benefit. So if you're looking for how it happened, that's what we were doing, because we were meeting the goals set by the city council. And it's true, since Councilmember Turkey's been on the committee, I was trying to think of the cost shares that we've had. Sometimes it's to finish a loop. Sometimes it does help other people that are in the area, but that's not always the case, especially in the higher density areas where the development has been in place for so many years. So the infrastructure is behind what the development needs to be.
And that's why we've done it that way in the past. Whether, listen, things change. There's different people on the committee right now. I don't know, there's different people on city council, but we really had the ideal of having infill, especially in the center part of the city, to prevent sprawl. And this was a way that we could help encourage that. Do I remember correctly, Tim?
Yes, sir.
Is there anyone in, oh.
I'm sorry, there's not anyone. Tim, before you sit down, would you also describe at what point you established a separate funding mechanism? That there is a stream of money, right, that you put in a...
There is a cost share based off impact fees that can be used if any time that you increase the capacity of a water and sewer line. That's the only time that you can use infill money. And so cost shares are exactly that. You typically increase the size of the pipe, whether it's water or sewer, extend the length of the pipe, but actually increase capacity. And the way that it works is if that stream of money runs out for whatever reason, then there would be no more cost shares. I mean, that's part of the rules is the cost shares, we take cost shares until we don't have any money. And we've never been in that situation because we always vet every single case. But that's how the stream of money works.
Right. Yeah, I should have mentioned that also. Whenever we talked about impact fees and we have part of it set aside for this type of development, then it's really not the ratepayer that's contributing to this fund, it's the developers with their impact fees. So we have to run the water, sewer, solid waste as an enterprise. It's an enterprise fund. It supports itself. And we did work to put this in place so that it is not directly a direct impact on the rate payer per se, but on the developer that's paying an impact fee. Just, that's history.
Yeah, I personally feel like we should support the full amount, and if we want to change the rules, then change the rules in the long term. But if you're going to kind of stop it at one space, it needs to be announced beforehand, not when somebody's in the middle of entitlements.
Well, and I do think that there's an understanding with developers that that's part, when we set up the fees, I think it was an understanding that part of that would be reserved for this type of activity. And that would have been about 10 years ago, maybe, or 11. It was right after I was on the committee that we discussed it thoroughly and moved forward with setting that part of money aside.
So I have a question. Since you've been on the Water and Sewer Committee so long, or we're on the committee so long, and Tim, you've been head of utilities for quite a while. Have you ever seen a similar case as this where it only benefited the new development and did not connect up to the rest of the system for a cost share application?
I would say yes, but I've got to qualify that with, I definitely have to look in the records. But like I said before, when you have a cost share for infill, it's not always necessary to hook up to create a loop. It's necessary if you want the project to move forward, that the cost of infrastructure is so high to the developer that sharing in the cost allows the project to move forward. But I can certainly look in the records and certainly get you some situations like that. I just can't tonight.
Any further discussion? Questions? Do I hear a motion to move forward in some way?
I move we pass the resolution.
Second. I have a question though. Does the resolution include the cost share recommended by the water department or the cost share recommended by the Water and Sewer Committee?
That of the Water Sewer Committee, it looks like to me. I'm not on the committee, but is that correct? Is what is in this resolution?
Well, we had to bring the resolution exactly like the Water and Sewer Committee gave it to us, but I think the issue is which way we're going on that.
Because so if you approve this resolution, it's what the Water and Sewer Committee has recommended.
Right.
And I do think it's important, I guess I should have asked this too, the difference between what the administrative department offered as a, as an offer in a way, with knowing that it has to go to the Water Sewer Committee and also knowing that it has to go to City Council. I don't know what you all had offered.
Well, the original recommendation, the city's cost share was $21,940. That was the cost share for the installation of the water line.
Was there any contingency?
There was a 20% contingency.
I just want to withdraw my motion.
I move to amend to the original staff recommendation.
I'll second that. Seeing no further questions, Kara, will you go ahead and call the roll?
This is for the amendment, not for the resolution.
Right, this is for the amendment.
Scroggin,
Yes.
Bunch,
Yes.
Kirk,
No.
Hertzberg,
Yes.
Harvey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Whitaker.
No.
So the amendment passed. Now you have an amended resolution.
We have an amended resolution, as mentioned, to bring this back to the original amount offered by the City Administration Water Sewer Department. Right?
I move we pass the amended resolution.
Second.
Any discussion?
I just have sorry.
Okay.
I'll just
No,
real
go
quick.
ahead.
Yeah, I just want to, because we do have the committees, and I think it is an important discussion that we've had, and I want to appreciate the committee members for their consideration of the taxpayer dollars and the investment. So I want to thank you guys for catching that, but also I want to honor the infill incentive as well. So I have to weighing one over the other. I'm going to go with the infill incentive. However, I appreciate your big consideration for the taxpayer dollars.
Kara, could you please call the roll?
Scroggin,
Yes.
Bunch,
Yes.
Kirk,
No.
Hertzberg,
Yes.
Harvey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Whitaker.
No.
The amended resolution passes.
Okay, next we have an ordinance to rezone that property described in rezoning petition RZN 22-019 located at 811 North Olive Avenue in Ward 2 for approximately 0.11 acres from RSF 4 residential single family 4 units per acre to RSF 8 residential single family 8 units per acre.
Be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Fayetteville, Arkansas, Section 1, that the City Council of the City of Fayetteville, Arkansas hereby changes the zone classification of the property shown on the map, Exhibit A, and the legal description, Exhibit B, both attached to the Planning Department's agenda memo from RSF 4 residential single family 4 units per acre to RSF 8 residential single family 8 units per acre. Section 2, that the City Council of the City of Fayetteville, Arkansas hereby amends the official zoning map of the City of Fayetteville to reflect the zoning change provided in Section 1.
Thank you, Mayor Pro
If
Tem.
you could give us some input, Jonathan.
Certainly. Jonathan Kurth of the Development Services Department. This property is northeast of downtown Fayetteville. It's about 1 block west of Mission Boulevard, on the west side of Olive Avenue between Prospect to the north and Rebecca to the south. It was an undeveloped lot from a historic platted subdivision up until 2013 when the existing home on the property was built. The request before council tonight is to rezone it from RSF 4, residential single family 4 units per acre, to RSF 8 to allow 8 units per acre. There are not any current development plans per the applicant. Their main comment was that this would bring a non-conforming lot in both area and in width into conformance with our zoning code. The current RSF 8 zoning district requires 70 feet of lot width on a public street. This property has 50, which is what's required in RSF 8. And the property has 5,000 square feet of lot area, which is the minimum in RSF 8, where RSF 4 requires 8,000 square feet. From a land use compatibility perspective, this was very straightforward for staff. The property's lot already meets the dimensions and only meets the dimensional requirements of the RSF 8 zoning district. It allows single-family uses, and single-family uses are almost exclusively what you can find in this entire area. From a long-range planning standpoint, this is somewhat atypical because the lot is developed with what it could be developed with. This is only allowing the applicant the entitlement to bring it into conformance if they needed to make modifications to their property, put a shed near the back fence, little things that the setbacks under RSF 4 would not allow. They would be allowed under RSF 8, which the biggest distinction between the two in setbacks is instead of 15 feet from the rear, it requires 5 feet from the rear. That aside, we feel that regardless of that minute difference, the request does meet our long-range planning goals. The future land use map definitely encourages a somewhat increased amount of density and intensity in the area. It's designated as a residential neighborhood area on our map, which supports that. It has a fairly high infill score. For those who've driven in this area, know it's got one of the most well-established grids in the city, and that is very accommodating of additional development. As far as issues go, I think I already outlined the biggest one, which is the lots in the subdivision for almost the entirety of the area that I looked at in what's called the Gunter addition were platted at 50 feet lot widths, and the subsequent rezoning actions by the city have rendered it non-conforming. This is a similar situation to what council has seen on a few other lots in the area that homeowners have gradually requested to rezone to RSF 8, whether it's to add an ADU to a property or build a shed on a property or bring a portion of a building into conformance with existing setbacks. This is not the first we've seen. That said, staff is recommending in favor of the request. The Planning Commission supported it as well, forwarding it to you all by a unanimous unanimous vote. It was a very brief discussion. They felt it was appropriate. And to date, we've not received any public comment on the item. And I'm happy to take any questions the council has. Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Turk.
I just want to make sure I understood this. So the only entitlement in this particular piece of property that would change from RSF 4 to RSF 8 is they could build a shed, essentially. Is that the only entitlement that would change it all?
Basically, it's just the reduction in that rear setback from 15 feet to 5 feet. The most common thing we see citywide are sheds. I think another example I alluded to the southeast of this property was they wanted to build an ADU on the property.
But they would be entitled to do that anyway. They might just have to have the setback. I'm saying under RSF 4, but the setback would be 15 feet rather than 5. Okay, thank you.
But RSF 8 would also make this a conforming property, so if they wanted to enlarge the house, they could, and the way it is right now, they couldn't.
But it looks like, just from the map, that there's not much room to enlarge, but I haven't driven by there.
I'm talking about legally.
Okay, all right.
And Mayor Pro Tem, I failed to mention Susan Patton is who I've listed as the applicant for this item.
Pardon?
Susan Patton is who I've listed as the applicant for this item.
All right. Do we have a comment? Again, state your name and your address.
I'm Susan Patton. I live at 811 North Olive Avenue in Ward 2. And I think that Mr. Kurth has actually said everything that needs to be said, and very eloquently. Right now, because the lot is so small, when you open up our back door, you're actually in the setback. So, not just a shed, but maybe just a cover, over whatever, but just to bring it into conformity with the code. I think as you all have talked about here tonight, the whole idea of infill and increasing the density in the downtown area.
Great.
So, thank you.
Any comments from City Council?
I recently did a remodel my house on Olive, a couple houses down. This is a really pretty house. Nobody's taking this down and putting something else up. It's listed or pending for like slightly under 900,000. I know we keep talking about a shed. I don't think the person that's going to buy this or is about to own it is going to put a shed back there. It's really nice. So this makes sense to me.
I just have a question for staff. That's Jonathan. If the structure was built in 2013, how did they do that on a lot that was substandard for RS4 zoning?
That's a good question, and something I appreciate that to have inherited in Fayetteville's ordinances. There's a non-conforming uses, lots, and structures section of our code that allows some level of entitlement on a property if you meet some baseline requirements. And for lots, if you have at least half the lot width and you have access to street, water, and sewer, you can build a house on it. So that's basically how they came to that. But that doesn't exempt them from any title conflicts that may create in a real estate deal, and it also prevents a shed, an ADU, an awning over a porch, whatever it may be. Does that answer your question, Councilmember?
Any further comments from City Council? Do I hear a motion? Oh. Is there any comments in the Zoom?
There are no Zoom members with their hands
Any
raised.
further comments from the chamber? All righty. Thanks for reminding me, though.
I move we suspend the rules and go to the second reading.
Second.
There's a motion to suspend the rules and go to the second reading. Kara, call roll.
Scroggin,
Yes.
Bunch,
Yes.
Turk,
Yes.
Hertzberg,
Yes.
Harvey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Whitaker.
Yes.
In order to rezone that property described in rezoning petition RZN 22-019, located at 811 North Olive Avenue in Ward 2 for approximately 0.11 acres, from RSF4 residential single family 4 units per acre to RSF8 residential single family 8 units per acre.
I move we suspend the rules and go to the third and final reading.
Second.
We have a motion to go to the third and final reading. Kara, can you call the roll, please?
Scroggin,
Yes.
Bunch,
Yes.
Turk,
Yes.
Hertzberg,
Yes.
Harvey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Whitaker.
Yes.
An ordinance to rezone that property described in rezoning petition RZN 22-019, located at 811 North Olive Avenue in Ward 2 for approximately 0.11 acres, from RSF4 residential single family 4 units per acre to RSF8 residential single family 8 units per acre.
All right, we've had the final reading. Kara, let's call roll.
Scroggin,
Yes.
Bunch,
Yes.
Turk,
Yes.
Hertzberg,
Yes.
Harvey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Whitaker.
Yes.
The motion passes.
It does.
Okay. An ordinance to annex that property described in annexation petition ANX 22-001 submitted by Wendell Cullors of property located southeast of North Humont Road and northwest of Ward 4, containing approximately 41.53 acres.
Whereas Wendell Cullors has properly secured the Washington County Judge authorization to annex 41.53 acres located southeast of North Humont Road and northwest of Ward 4 in the city of Fayetteville. And now therefore be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Fayetteville, Arkansas, Section 1, that the City Council of the City of Fayetteville, Arkansas hereby confirms the annexation to the City of Fayetteville of about 41.53 acres as described in Exhibit B and the map shown on Exhibit A, both attached to the Planning Department's agenda memo. Section 2, that the City Council of the City of Fayetteville, Arkansas hereby zones the newly annexed property RA Residential Agricultural. Section 3, that the City Council of the City of Fayetteville, Arkansas hereby amends official map and zoning map of the City of Fayetteville to recognize this annexation. And Section 4, that the City Council of the City of Fayetteville, Arkansas hereby assigns this 41.53 acres to Ward 4 of the City of Fayetteville.
Any discussion from the council? Oh, Jonathan, you need to go next. Sorry, I'm in a hurry.
Thank you. Started out with an unusual or atypical slide just to orient you to where we're looking. I've tried to do this with the annexation since they tend to be very much on the periphery by definition. This property you can see here in red with a black arrow pointing to it. It's in the northwestern, just about the northwesternmost point of the city. It's immediately northeast of the Humont Village subdivision, if you're familiar with that. We're about a mile northwest of Mount Comfort and Rupel. The property in question includes 5 parcels totaling about 42 acres. It has frontage on 2 portions of Humont Road. It runs north and south on the west side of the property before turning east and west on the north side of the property before transitioning into Lyerly Lane and dipping into the city for a moment there. There's very little development on the property. I believe it's 3 single-family homes and several outbuildings associated with agricultural uses on the property. And the request, as Mr. Williams and Mayor Pro Tem noted, is to annex the land into the city of Fayetteville. The applicant has shared that there are no current development plans, and this is reflected by a lack of associated rezoning requests. The council most recently has typically seen annexations with PZDs. Periodically, you see them with rezonings. In this instance, there's no associated request, which results in a default zoning designation of RA, residential agricultural, our least entitled zoning district from a development standpoint. In looking at annexations, our planning staff evaluates 5 main pieces of the guiding principles you find in City Plan 2040. I'll run through these briefly. They're all outlined very thoroughly in staff's report. The first is boundaries, and it's a question of whether we're making the city's boundaries more or less efficient for the delivery of city services. In this case, we're reducing, from staff's perspective, we feel that it's reducing a peninsula within the city's boundaries that were created by Humont's annexation and created something of an atypical boundary. So in that sense, we feel like this is making it much more efficient in that regard. When looking at environmentally sensitive areas, I never want to say no, there are not any environmentally sensitive areas, but when you think of the main ones that are thought about in development terms, there's no hillside hilltop overlay district on the property. It's fairly level. There's no FEMA designated floodplain on the property. Of most note is, I believe it's about 3 or 4 acres on the southeasternmost corner of the property that are designated as hydric soil. So if the property ever were to be developed at some point, it's quite likely we'd require a wetland delineation at that point. When it comes to emergency and public services, we did not receive any comment from the police department with the request. The fire department's comment did note, however, that this property is just outside their ideal service time. If you're not familiar with that, it's 6 minutes for an engine, 8 minutes for a ladder truck, and this property is at about 8.2 minutes. And that's the numbers based on the Rupel station. We don't have current numbers for the station that's on Dean, just near the new police headquarters, but it's about a similar distance, so I would expect it to be a similar time. That said, this property is currently being served by I believe it's the Wheeler Voluntary Fire Department, and as with a lot of areas on the periphery of the city, we have automatic response arrangements with them, where if it's a significant structural fire or something of that nature, we do respond anyways. And so in that regard, it may not be that much of a change when considering what kind of emergency services are offered to the property. As far as public services go, the property already has access to city water. There is city sanitary in the immediately adjacent subdivisions. It's being installed in the new subdivision immediately to the south, but these properties don't have it today. If they wanted to access it, it would need to be extended. That's not on any master plans that I've identified. So if that is something that the property owners would be interested in, it would likely be at their cost. And that kind of segues into the infrastructure and utilities comments. I already hit on water and sewer, but it's also worth noting the street out there. If you've ever driven on Humont, it is effectively a country road. It's about 20 feet of paved asphalt once you leave the city with ditches on both sides. This would normally be of concern to staff if there was a heightened entitlement being proposed with this annexation. At this time, this request is actually having the inverse effect. If you're familiar with county zoning, it's very simple. You can do agricultural uses, or you can do 1 unit on 1 acre. The RA zoning district requires 2 acres per unit, so they're in effect having their density potential on the property. And so in that sense, it puts staff at ease in terms of the street infrastructure. If it were to ever need upgrading, or if these properties were to ever redevelop, it would likely require improving that street just as Humont Village did to the southwest. Lastly, on the topic of administration, this property, despite getting further to the northwest, we're not conflicting with any other jurisdictions' planning areas. Tawny Towns is still a fair ways further north. The county has indicated their willingness or no opposition to de-annexing the land by issuing the de-annexation order, which is a prerequisite to you all hearing the request. Otherwise, this item did have a public hearing at the Planning Commission, of course, and that required notifying neighbors within 200 feet, having a sign posted outside, and of course, the hearing itself. As far as the recommendation goes, staff found on the balance of things that this was is something that we recommend approval of. As I've noted throughout the conversation, when there's a development associated, we certainly apply a much more scrutinizing eye. As it is, we think it's appropriate to bring this property into the city, as it will afford a much higher degree of oversight if it were to ever redevelop. There are several things that the county is not subject to, such as tree preservation, our drainage criteria manual, our floodplain standards. As it is, we largely just have control over the street design. So we feel like this will have a net positive if the property is ever redeveloped. The Planning Commission felt similarly and forwarded it to you all, the City Council, by unanimous vote. And I believe there was not a lot of comment at the Planning Commission meeting, but I believe at agenda session they had a similar thought that it would be better to have this within the city and developed to our standards than outside of it. And to date, we've had no public comment, which may not be surprising. The request came at the request of the property owners that are all involved with this, of which there are a few. Otherwise, I'm happy to take any questions the council has. And I believe Wendell Kohler's here as the applicant for the item. Thank you.
The applicant want to say a few words.
Hello, my name is Justin Cullers. I live at 438 South Wyman Road. I'm representing Wendell Cullers for this application for the annexation. And yes, I want to say a few words. It's been a long night. It was a long night last night with the ball game. And I think Mr. Kurth has said pretty much everything that needs to be said on this. I'm happy to answer any questions or give you the 5 or 6 year long toured history of this property. Should you care to hear about it? Otherwise, I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? No. Is there further comments by the City Council?
I've got a question for staff. You mentioned there's kind of some semi-undeveloped roads that would be included in this. Would we be required to bring those up to any standards at any point until a new development is actually proposed?
Not typically, no. Mr. Williams may be able to speak to that from a state statute standpoint, but we've annexed many, many miles of road into the city over 150 years. It's not always been up to city standard. As development occurs or as street improvement budgets allow, we've made improvements. This meets minimum fire access. It's 20 foot of paved width, which is what fire code requires to safely access an area.
Okay, so now it would not be a burden on the city taxpayers until they come up with an actual proposal, and then at that point we could look at then.
I think the biggest concern I have heard consistently just in this area in general is the bridge further south where Humont, immediately before, depending which direction you're going, as you leave Mount Comfort Road going to the north on Humont, the bridge there appears to be of structural concern to people. When the Humont annexation came through, we did receive a report that it was structurally sound. So that's the extent of what I've heard on the streets in this area.
And the bridge is not in this annexation, it's north of it?
Correct, it's south of here.
Okay, so it'd still be kind of the county's issue?
It's our issue after the Humont annexation.
After, okay. Thank you.
All right. Do I hear any motion to move forward?
Probably not, but public comment.
Public comment, anything on Zoom?
No, sir.
Anything from the chamber? No? Okay. Do I hear a motion to move forward?
I move we suspend the rules and go to the second reading.
Second.
Clerk Paxton, may you call the roll, please?
Scroggin,
Yes.
Bunch,
Yes.
Turk,
Yes.
Hertzberg,
Yes.
Harvey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Whitaker.
Yes.
An ordinance to annex that property described in annexation petition ANX 22-1 submitted by Wendell Colors for property located southeast of North Humont Road and northwest of Ward 4, containing approximately 41.53 acres.
I move we suspend the rules and go to the third and final reading.
Second.
Clerk Paxton, call the roll.
Scroggin,
Yes.
Bunch,
Yes.
Turk,
Yes.
Hertzberg,
Yes.
Harvey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Whitaker.
Yes.
An ordinance to annex that property described in annexation petition ANX 22-1 submitted by Wendell Colors for property located southeast of North Humont Road and northwest of Ward 4, containing approximately 41.5 acres.
So we have before us an annexation. Clerk Paxton, call the roll.
Scroggin,
Yes.
Bunch,
Yes.
Turk,
Yes.
Hertzberg,
Yes.
Harvey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Whitaker.
Yes.
So that passes, and we have some new property in the city. An ordinance to approve vacation 22-013 for property located at 4180 North College Avenue in Ward 3 to vacate a portion of a water sewer easement.
Whereas the City Council has the authority under ACA 14-54-104 to vacate public grounds or portions thereof which are not required for corporate purposes, and whereas the City Council has determined the following described portion of a water sewer easement is not required for corporate purposes. Now therefore be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Fayetteville, Arkansas, Section 1, that the City Council of the City of Fayetteville, Arkansas hereby vacates the portion of water sewer easement as described in Exhibit B attached to the Planning Department's agenda memo. Section 2, a copy of this ordinance duly certified by the city clerk, along with a map attached as Exhibit A to the Planning Department's memo, shall be filed in the office of the Washington County Circuit Clerk. And Section 3, this vacation approval is subject to the condition that any relocation of or damage to existing utilities or existing facilities shall be at the owner developer's expense.
Justin, do you have?
I do. I'll be brief.
I knew you would.
Mayor Pro Tem, this is in North Fayetteville. We're due east of the Northwest Arkansas Mall in the parking lot of the former Toys R Us and current Barnes & Noble. It is the location of this item's eponymous business, Chick-fil-A. They are proposing to redevelop the property. They recognize that they have a significant traffic circulation issues. That's my lingo for saying that they have way too much backup from their drive-throughs, and it's causing negative impacts on getting around the property. So they propose to vacate the water and sewer easement you see here in red. It currently serves only for the sanitary for this development. So as part of redeveloping the site, they want to have the flexibility to realign its location and I believe possibly install awnings or something for their staff that works outside on the drive-through lines. They all were only required to get consent from the Water and Sewer Department, which granted it. And we are recommending approval of the request with but one condition, and that's our boilerplate one, which is any damage or relocation of the existing facilities in the easement will be at the applicant or developer's request. I'm happy to take any questions, and I believe Brian Berger is available online as the applicant for this item.
Any questions for Jonathan? So Susan, if you could hook us up with
Sure,
the developer.
Mr. Berger can go ahead.
Good evening. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Hey, my name is Brian Berger. I'm with Berger Engineering, 17103 Preston Road, Dallas, Texas. Really just here tonight to answer any questions or address any concerns that you may have.
Any questions? Do we have anyone on Zoom to comment?
No, sir.
Anyone in the chamber want to comment? All righty. Do I hear a motion to move forward?
I move we suspend the rules and go to the second reading.
Second.
I guess I didn't have the city council say anything. We're going to go on. Okay. We have a motion and a second to move to the next reading. Clerk Paxton, call the roll, please.
Scroggin,
Yes.
Bunch,
Yes.
Turk,
Yes.
Hertzberg,
Yes.
Harvey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Whitaker.
Yes.
An ordinance to approve VAC 22-13 for property located at 4180 North College Avenue in Ward 3 to vacate a portion of a water sewer easement.
Move we suspend the rules and go to the third and final reading.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to move to the third and final reading. Clerk Paxton, call the roll, please.
Scroggin,
Yes.
Bunch,
Yes.
Turk,
Yes.
Hertzberg,
Yes.
Harvey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Whitaker.
Yes.
An ordinance to approve VAC 22-13 for property located at 4180 North College Avenue in Ward 3 to vacate a portion of a water sewer easement.
We've had the final reading. Clerk Paxton, please call the roll.
Scroggin,
Yes.
Bunch,
Yes.
Turk,
Yes.
Hertzberg,
Yes.
Harvey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Whitaker.
Yes.
The motion passes. Let's see.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I hope now that they have their easement vacation, that we can get them to vacate Martin Luther King Drive at the southern end of the city as a part of their drive-through on their restaurant, and to give the street back to the residents of Fayetteville.
I think that is a nice observation, and I agree.
Aren't they working on trying to lengthen their number of cars they can have in their lot?
If you follow national news, this is not a purely local issue, and yes, they're evaluating their locations nationwide, including the one on MLK.
All right.
I thought they had completed their work, but
They did.
Oh.
Okay, an ordinance to approve vacation 22011 for property located at 1148 and 1156 North Thoreau Lane in Ward 3 to vacate a portion of a general utility easement.
Whereas the City Council has the authority under ACA 1454-104 to vacate public grounds or portions thereof which are not required for corporate purposes, and whereas the City Council has determined that the following described portion of a general utility easement is not required for corporate purposes. Now therefore be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Fayetteville, Arkansas, Section 1, that the City Council of the City of Fayetteville, Arkansas hereby vacates the portion of a general utility easement as described in Exhibit B, attached to the Planning Department's agenda memo. Section 2. A copy of this ordinance duly certified by the City Clerk, along with a map attached as Exhibit A to the Planning Department's memo, shall be filed in the office of the Washington County Circuit Clerk. In Section 3, this vacation approval is subject to the condition that any relocation of or damage to existing utilities or existing facilities shall be at the owner-developer's expense.
Jonathan, you have some input here.
I will. I'll continue to try to be brief, and let me know if you have questions, please. This is in northeast Fayetteville, just northeast of the intersection of Mission and North. It's in the Mission Heights subdivision. It's a horseshoe-shaped subdivision that you may not have ever visited unless you've known someone to visit there. The request is on the last 2 lots of the subdivision that remain undeveloped. There's a 25-foot easement on the uphill slope of the property that they would like to vacate. This is precipitated by a few things, but the most prominent is that the easements, just like right-of-ways in the city, can be cleared at any time by our franchise utilities, and before investing in homes in that area, the homeowners want to know that that tree canopy is going to be staying upslope from them, and so they'd like to vacate this easement for that purpose. The utility franchises have consented to the request, and we are recommending approval with the one condition that Mr. Williams read about the developer or applicant being responsible for any damage to existing utilities. And that's all I have, Mayor. I believe Mel Milholland was the applicant for this one, but I'm not certain if he's online or not. I don't see him.
So we don't have anyone online for the developer. Any comments from the council?
I have a quick question. So did I understand you correctly that the reason why they want to vacate it is so they can preserve the trees?
They want to ensure that the preservation of the trees are in their control, not in the utility company's controls.
Thank you.
If there aren't any questions, I move we suspend the rules and go to the second reading.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to move to the second reading. Clerk Paxton, call the roll.
Scroggin,
Yes.
Bunch,
Yes.
Turk,
Yes.
Hertzberg,
Yes.
Harvey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Whitaker.
Yes.
An ordinance approved VAC 22-011 for property located at 1148 and 1156 North Thoreau Lane in Ward 3 to vacate a portion of the general utility easement.
I move we suspend the rules and go to the third and final reading.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to move to the third and final reading. Clerk Paxton, please call the roll.
Scroggin,
Yes.
Bunch,
Yes.
Turk,
Yes.
Hertzberg,
Yes.
Harvey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Whitaker.
Yes.
An ordinance approved VAC 22-11 for property located at 1148 and 1156 North Thoreau Lane in Ward 3 to vacate a portion of a general utility easement.
Clerk Paxton, please call the roll.
Scroggin,
Yes.
Bunch,
Yes.
Turk,
Yes.
Hertzberg,
Yes.
Harvey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Whitaker.
Yes.
An ordinance to approve vacation 22-012 for property located at 4391 North Waterside Court in Ward 3 to vacate a portion of a utility easement. Jonathan?
Whereas the City
I'm
Council has
sorry.
authority under ACA 14-54-104 to vacate public
There we
grounds
go.
or portions thereof, which are not required for corporate purposes. And whereas the City Council has determined that the following described portion of a utility easement is not required for corporate purposes. Now therefore be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Fayetteville, Arkansas, Section 1, that the City Council of the City of Fayetteville, Arkansas hereby vacates the portion of utility easement as described in Exhibit B attached to the Planning Department's agenda memo. Section 2. Copy of this ordinance duly certified by the city clerk along with a map attached to Exhibit A to the Planning Department's memo shall be filed in the office of the Washington County Circuit Clerk. And Section 3, this vacation approval is subject to the condition that any relocation of or damage to existing utilities or existing facilities shall be at the owner developer's expense.
Jonathan?
Thank you.
Thank you.
This property is in North Fayetteville. I'll continue to be as prompt as I can, Mayor Pro Tem. This property is in North Fayetteville. It includes lots 15 and 16 of the Timberlake Office Park. It's between Lowe's to the southwest and Lake Fayetteville to the northeast. The subdivision, like many subdivisions, are platted with speculative easements, not knowing where the utilities will need to go. The applicant an applicant has submitted a proposal to develop the property with a dance studio on 2 lots, which is currently divided by a utility easement. Unfortunately, they would like to place their building straddling the property line, which conflicts with the easement. We can't grant a building permit or approve a project with a building and easement, so they've proposed to vacate it. All the necessary consents have been provided from the franchise utilities, and so we are recommending approval. And again, it's a very identical condition to the previous 2. Happy to take any questions you have. And I believe either Wendy Rocco or Rick McGraw are here online as the applicants.
I see Rick McGraw's name. I don't see his hand raised, so we can't call him. There he goes. His
Okay,
hand
there
is-
we
no,
go.
Here's Mr. McGraw.
Yes, thank you. I'm Rick McGraw with Harrison French and Associates, 1705 South Walton Boulevard in Bentonville, Arkansas. And I'm just here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Do we have any questions? Is there any comments on Zoom or in the chamber?
No, sir.
All right. Is there any comments from the city council?
I move we suspend the rules and go to the second reading.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to go to the second reading. Clerk Paxton, please call the roll.
Scroggin,
Yes.
Bunch,
Yes.
Turk,
Yes.
Hertzberg,
Yes.
Harvey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Whitaker.
Yes.
An ordinance to approve VAC 22-12 for property located at 4391 North Waterside Court in Ward 3 to vacate a portion of a utility easement.
I move we suspend the rules and go to the third and final reading.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to go to the third and final reading. Clerk Paxton, please call the roll.
Scroggin,
Yes.
Bunch,
Yes.
Turk,
Yes.
Hertzberg,
Yes.
Harvey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Whitaker.
Yes.
An ordinance to approve VAC 22-12 for property located at 4391 North Waterside Court in Ward 3 to vacate a portion of utility easement.
All righty. Clerk Paxton, please call the roll.
Scroggin,
Yes.
Bunch,
Yes.
Turk,
Yes.
Hertzberg,
Yes.
Harvey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Whitaker.
Yes.
The motion passes. An ordinance to approve vacation 22-014 for property located at 5102 West Weddington Drive in Ward 4 to vacate a portion of a water sewer easement.
Whereas the City Council has the authority under ACA 1454-104 to vacate public grounds or portions thereof which are not required for corporate purposes, and whereas the City Council has determined the following described portion of a water sewer easement is not required for corporate purposes, now therefore be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Fayetteville, Arkansas, Section 1, that the City Council of the City of Fayetteville, Arkansas hereby vacates the portion of a water sewer easement as described in Exhibit B attached to the Planning Department's agenda memo. Section 2, a copy of this ordinance duly certified by the City Clerk, along with a map attached as Exhibit A to the Planning Department's memo, shall be filed in the office of the Washington County Circuit Clerk. In Section 3, this vacation approval is subject to the condition that any relocation of or damage to existing utilities or existing facilities shall be at the owner-developer's expense.
Jonathan, do you have a comment?
I do, just a brief overview of the request to make sure council's familiar with what they're approving. This property is located in West Fayetteville. It's just south of Weddington between Broyles to the east and 54th to the west. It may look most familiar to the council as it was rezoned in 2020. And if you've driven by it recently, you've seen that it's under development. Excuse me. You can see on the Google Maps here, they have the most updated aerial imagery, which is atypical, that again, it is under development. With the left-hand side, you can see the lot layout proposed. With the development, there is a proposal to take an existing water and sewer line that runs east and west, which you see here in yellow, and remove the existing sanitary sewer line on it and incorporate it into the development in this manner, and also reroute it to the south so it connects to a larger septic line that has much greater capacity. So the applicant, having done that and in the process of going through final platting, they would like to vacate that easement to render those two lots developable there. They were successful in getting water and sewer department's consent, and so we are recommending approval with the one condition that Mr. Williams read. That's all I have. I'm happy to take questions, and I believe either Blake Murray or it looks like maybe Joshua Haley are here as the applicant for this item. Thanks.
Mr. Haley is online.
All right.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. My name is Josh Haley. I'm with Engineering Services. I believe Jonathan covered pretty much everything that we're doing with it, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
City Council have any questions? Any comments? Do I hear a motion to move forward?
Yeah, I move we suspend the rules and go to the second reading.
Second.
Clerk Paxton, please call the roll.
Scroggin,
Yes.
Bunch, Turk,
Yes.
Hertzberg,
Yes.
Harvey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Whitaker.
Yes.
An ordinance to approve VAC 22-14 for property located at 5102 West Weddington Drive in Ward 4 to vacate a portion of a water sewer easement.
I move we suspend the rules and go to the third and final reading.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to go to the third and final reading. Clerk Paxton, please call the roll.
Scroggin,
Yes.
Bunch, Turk,
Yes.
Hertzberg,
Yes.
Harvey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Whitaker.
Yes.
In order to approve VAC 22-14 for property located at 5102 West Weddington Drive in Ward 4 to vacate a portion of a water sewer easement.
Do I hear a motion to move forward?
Are we on the third and final reading?
Yes.
Yes. I move we suspend the rules, go to the third and final reading.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to go to the third and final reading. Clerk Paxton, please call roll.
We're on the final reading.
I thought it was.
Third and final.
Already
What
took
did
it
I
off.
say?
No, we're good. We can go ahead and with the roll.
Yes.
Scroggin,
Yes.
Bunch, Turk,
Yes.
Hertzberg,
Yes.
Harvey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Whitaker.
Yes.
So the motion passes, right?
And
Did
the
we do
ordinance
that, all
passes.
three of them?
And the ordinance passes.
The ordinance passes, that's what I need to say, okay. An ordinance to amend section 159.01 fee schedule of the Unified Development Code to adopt.
Mayor Pro Tem, I believe we're on item C10.
220, pardon?
I believe we're on item
C10.
C.
You're skipping mine. God,
Oh, yeah, I have your name by it, and it was like, I don't
just
know.
crossed it off.
Yeah. An ordinance to amend section 174.02 permit application issuance of the Unified Development Code by deleting subsection 8 from subsection A application.
Be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Fayetteville, Arkansas. Section 1, that the City Council of the City of Fayetteville, Arkansas hereby amends Section 174.02 permit application issuance of the Unified Development Code by repealing and deleting subsection A8. As I explained during the agenda session, I was presented with this problem of one of 8 of the requirements for a permit to be a permit application to be approved by the planning department for a sign. Recent decisions by the Supreme Court have continued to tighten the requirements of what we're allowed to do in First Amendment cases. And one of the requirements is that you're not allowed to give a city official or the planning commission, a body, very much discretion on whether or not to approve a request for a sign. You can do things like the size of the sign, which is spelled out, the location, that kind of stuff. But when it comes to anything that's discretionary, like whether it meets commercial design standards, that the courts would not like. And therefore, I suggest that we repeal subsection 8. The other 7 requirements are all good and will remain. But subsection 8 should be removed because I believe it clashes with the most current Supreme Court decisions.
All
And I'll
right.
be happy to try to answer any questions.
I have a question. So Kit, is this really about, I don't know, about the color and the design, or is it more about taking away the discretion of something that, I mean, I'm just thinking like Harrison had these, anti-inclusion signs that were this has nothing to do with that, right? We don't have any oversight or anything about hateful signs.
We can talk about the size of the sign. We have that under control. The location, where it can be, how tall it can be, what kind of percentage of the wall it can cover. Those things are all okay. But when it comes to like the style of the sign and whether you like that font or not, or does it fit in with the other, we can't do that. That the courts, I believe, would think that's too discretionary. And what the courts are afraid is that if this government, any government, not just us, has discretion that is not firmly controlled by these very simple decisions, then we're going to discriminate against signs we don't like or the person we don't like that has that sign. And so they have made the rules more and more strict all the time to prevent the city from having almost any discretion when it comes to the style of a sign.
Thank you.
Any further questions for the attorney? No? Do I hear a motion to move forward? This is an ordinance.
Yeah. I move we suspend the rules and go to the second reading.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to go to the second reading. Clerk Paxton, call the roll, please.
Scroggin,
Yes, and we'll need to get public comment the next round.
Oh, I thought
Or
I
did
just
we?
asked for that.
Oh,
But that's okay, we can do it.
yes.
You can stop right now and get public comment and then go to the vote if you want to.
I can make it real easy. There's nobody left on Zoom.
All right, if you'll continue calling roll.
Turk,
Yes.
Hertzberg,
Yes.
Harvey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Whitaker.
Yes.
In order to amend section 17402, permit applications issuance of the Unified Development Code by deleting subsection 8 from subsection A, application. And I want to thank Jessica Masters, and I also consulted with Jonathan about this. And I think we're all in agreement that this is one factor that should be removed from that application process.
I move we suspend the rules and go to the third and final reading.
Did anyone have any questions for Kit? No? Come on, Councilmember Turk, one. No. Okay, we have a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to go to the second reading, third reading. Clerk Paxton, please call the roll.
Scroggin,
Yes.
Turk,
Yes.
Hertzberg,
Yes.
Harvey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Whitaker.
Yes.
An ordinance amend section 17402, permit application issuance of the Unified Development Code by deleting subsection 8 from subsection A, application.
Any final comments? Clerk Paxton, please call the roll.
Scroggin,
Yes.
Turk,
Yes.
Hertzberg,
Yes.
Harvey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Whitaker.
Yes.
And it passes. This is the last and the final business that we have this evening. Is there any special announcements? No?
Mayor, item C11.
We still got the last one.
You know, I'm going to have to get my glasses adjusted, and this is serious. I talked to Susan about this earlier. An ordinance to amend section 15901 fee schedule of the Unified Development Code to adopt increased variance request fees, eliminate an obsolete accessory dwelling unit fee, and create fees for services that are currently provided without any cost recovery.
Whereas the city currently charges certain fees to cover the cost of service provided, including a variety of permits, reviews, and inspections across development services and public works departments. And whereas other services arise organically, whether in response to an unanticipated need or to better serve the public, contractors, and design professionals, and the Unified Development Code provides no authority for fees to recover the cost of providing those services. And whereas staff also proposes to increase the fee for zoning and development variance requests due to the demands on staff time. Now therefore be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Fayetteville, Arkansas, Section 1, that the City Council of the City of Fayetteville, Arkansas hereby repeal subsection 15901B 4 and 5 and enacts new subsections B4 and B5 as shown in Exhibit A attached hereto and made a part hereof. And Section 2, that the City Council of the City of Fayetteville, Arkansas hereby enacts a new subsection 15901B11 temporary closure permits as shown in Exhibit A attached hereto and made a part hereof.
All right.
Mayor Pro Tem, I gave a fairly lengthy presentation at the agenda session. I appreciate you all affording me that opportunity. I'll leave it up to you all tonight whether you'd like me to expand on anything or if you've had any questions to digest it. The only update I have is that we did reach out again to what we consider our departmental frequent flyers, the applicants that submit a lot of applications, engineers, developers, surveyors. And we've received one piece of feedback so far to date, and that was that the fees seemed very reasonable, and they appreciated anything that they perceived to improve staff's responsiveness. Whether that be a fees that can help filter out frivolous requests for staff time for some of our items that we're doing for free right now, or whether it's like a reinspection fee where there's no fee for not being prepared for your inspection, and so our public works inspectors are going out to sites and not for somebody who's not prepared and had no reason to cancel their inspection because there was no cost associated with it. I think you all in recent rains are very well aware that a lot of our staff is extended pretty far. Our public works inspectors are usually our front line of defense that puts it in combative terms. Our front line when it comes to concerns about drainage, and if they're not available or able to respond promptly when there is a water issue, it's hard to document it. So that's probably the biggest piece of this request, if there was one that you all had concerns about. But please let me know if you have questions. I have an abbreviated presentation, but I think you've heard enough from me tonight probably.
I'm really glad to hear that the one comment that you've had was pretty supportive. That's great.
nice.
I mean, I'm guessing you did a lot of outreach to not surprise anybody about this. So
We try to, and I mean, I don't know.
But you mean that at the next meeting, right?
I've also been paying attention all night to see if people have been dropping off, because that is a concern, because I want this to be as apparent and clear as possible. And that comment came from the president of Northwest Arkansas's Home Builders Association. Yeah. So I like to think he speaks for a larger group in a lot of ways. And that is consistent feedback we've had from a lot of our applicants, is whatever our fees are considered so nominal to many of our applicants that it does not pose any obstruction to their ability to deliver a product, to ability to provide affordable housing. They see it as a mechanism for staff to be more equipped and prepared and available to address their issues, to respond to review times quicker, and to respond to resident needs as well. Because despite the name Development Services, we're not there just for the development community. We also respond to a lot of resident concerns and needs as well, wherever possible. So it's a very long-winded response, sorry.
But I will also add, as far as anybody who had signed up and might have dropped off, I'm looking at the sign-up list for Zoom, and there were no participants who asked to speak on that item.
So we had no comments, anything?
I have one more
from
comment. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
okay.
Would you guys be okay holding this, or maybe moving it to the second reading, just so we can make sure that there's no additional comments since it is fairly late? Would everybody be okay with that? Jonathan, are you okay with that?
Certainly. I mean, this came through the Planning Commission in February, and
Okay.
so a lot of that time in between was making sure people knew about it, and also we did make 2 revisions that are touched on at agenda session, and they were minor, just clarification revisions, and then we wanted to go back to the Planning Commission and confirm that they were comfortable with that. So
Okay.
all that is to say, I think there has been a lot of outreach and comment, but I also don't think there's any harm at this point in 2 more weeks if that's the council's preference.
Okay, I do want to go ahead and make a motion to move this to the second reading, just so we're moving it along.
Second.
So I'll move. Yeah, thank you.
We have a motion and a second to go to the second reading. Clerk Paxton, please call roll.
Scroggin,
Yes.
Turk,
yes.
Ertzberg,
Yes.
Harvey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Whitaker.
Yes.
In order to amend section 15901 fees schedule of the Unified Development Code to adopt increased variance request fees, eliminate an obsolete accessory dwelling unit fee, and create fees for services that are currently provided without any cost recovery.
And just to be clear, I'm 100% in favor of this. I just wanted to give it 1 more or 2 more weeks. So thank you.
So we are holding it here.
Yes, please.
Everyone in on that? Okay.
Chair, and I would like to echo my support not only for these new fees, and I commend the administration for bringing this forward and not opposing this, but also for the study of existing fees, which in my opinion are long overdue for updating just for the cost of the city doing business to provide its service. I feel that the professionals in the development community are willing to pay. It's a part of the cost of doing business to ensure we have adequate staffing and resources available to service them in a timely manner. And so I not only support this, I wholeheartedly support any future fee surveys that the city would enter into, with or without consultants. Thank you.
Very nice. Any other comments we have?
You all did well tonight. Thanks for holding out. It's nice to see everybody here.
It is nice. So meeting adjourned.